Sort of Coming Chapter 1229. Chapter 1229. A fresh story in life. It is easy to get drunk with wine, and there is no opponent in the world. Amidst the colorful clouds of the lonely city, the entire Baidi city was deserted except for Jingzhuzhong. Even the Lioli pavilion was thrown out of the city by Jingzhuzhong. After all, as a junior brother, you have to listen to your senior brother. Lu Qiqing was helpless about this and did not dare to say no. However, he had to say goodbye to the city lord's senior brother in person before leaving. Jingzhuzhong looked at the tearful Lu Qiqing and sighed. Thinking of an old incident that was not big or small, Jingzhuzhong finally softened his heart for a rare moment. He appeared at the mountain gate and told his junior brother in pink robes, for example, if he got into trouble outside, he should not report it to his master easily. Name, lest the other party dare not kill you. Lu Qiqing immediately understood that he could not give his master's name, he could only give his senior brother's name. Jingzhuzhong waved his hand to signal Lu Qiqing to stop standing there and being an eyesore. Lu Qiqing may be reluctant to leave, so he has nothing to say. He wants to confirm something from his heart. How many 14th realms does his senior brother have? As a junior, of course he wanted to believe it, but he really couldn't believe it. Jingzhuzhong smiled and asked, "How many do you want?" Lu Qiqing carefully said that of course the more the merrier, 2 is never too few, and 3 is never too many. Lu Qiqing asked his senior brother if he could go further. Jingzhuzhong saw a kind of worry in the other person's eyes, so he patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Smart people are eager to learn, but fools are hard to be fooled. Don't think too much about things that shouldn't be used by you, and just be your fool." If there are any cheap practitioners in the world who would rather not be in the 14th realm and would be better off with someone else, Lu Qiqing must be one of them, without any hesitation or even a trace of hypocrisy. Just like Jingzhuzhong back then, because he was hesitant about which path to choose to advance to the 14th realm, and had nothing to do, he set up a puppet to manipulate people both inside and outside, completely unaware that it was Jingzhuzhong who was killing Jingzhuzhong himself. In short, in the conspiracy that engulfed the entire Baidi city, even Han Chaose and his ilk were no exception. Only Lu Qiqing, wearing a pink Taoist robe, stood between one person and 10,000 people. He had no heroic words and no words. If he didn't say harsh words, Lu Qiqing would be crushed into a pulp by hundreds of sword lights, spells and magical powers in an instant. Even to his death, he still hated Han Chaose and the others for their betrayal, worried about the safety of the senior brother behind him, and died. The moment before the message disappeared, pink-robed Lu Qiqing just looked back and said, "Senior brother, take care. There is a large scroll standing at the highest point of the colorful clouds, with the message, Feng Rao is the best in the world. There is a stone table carved with a chessboard underneath, and 2 jars of chess pieces are placed on the table." Jingzhuzhong was sitting at the table, with white pieces in the chess jar next to him. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Jingzhuzhong changed the positions of the 2 chess pots, gently held his sleeves with one hand, and stretched out his with the other hand to twist a black piece from the chess pot. Judging from the posture, Jingzhuzhong will be the first to make a move on the chessboard. Making such an exception is contrary to what is written in the big banner. A woman with a tall figure and a rough face crossed 2 worlds, ignored the restrictions of Baidi city, and came here as if she were in a deserted land. She said cheerfully, "Long time no see, Huaixian." Jingzhuzhong turned a blind eye to her and ignored her. When the black stone on his fingertips was about to touch the chessboard, the woman lamented, "I'm really afraid of you, Jingzhuzhong. Tell me, call me over. What do you want?" "I have a gentleman's agreement with Tao Ancestor. My words and deeds should not cross the line. Please be considerate. Zheng is in the middle of the 314th realm. With his swordsmanship, Taoism, and magical powers, he is no better than one who is truly invincible. There is nothing to be ashamed of. You and Yudo are just competing, not life or death. The person who came was a collection of countless demons from the outer world. As he spoke, his appearance had changed and he became the old Taoist priest hanging at the highest place in Baiyujing, the Taoist ancestor in the eyes of Qing Ming. Jing Juzhong threw the black chess piece back into the jar and asked, "Do you want to be free? Is there any existence in the world that is freer than the demon outside? Since it is purely like this, how can it be said freely?" The demon transformed outside sneered, "Just you?" Jing Juzhong nodded and said, "It's up to me." It asked, "Is it just out of your imagination that you want to establish a religion and call yourself an ancestor? Then I have to ask you, Jing Juzhong, what kind of religion do you want to establish and what kind of ancestor do you want to call yourself?" Before Jing Juzhong could give an answer that would definitely shock the world no matter what the answer was, he laughed to himself and said, "I am the inner demon, the reflection, the external demon that everyone can kill, Jing Juzhong. In the middle is the first demonic giant in the world. In this way, it is indeed a perfect match. After refining this false 15 of me, your merits will be complete and you will be among the real 15th realm. From now on, you will be unique. Killing the monks of the 14th realm is like cutting melons and vegetables." Jing Juzhong slowly said 3 sentences, "I will help you break that immortal cage first. Let the heaven and earth be without spiritual energy, no spiritual masters, no gods of mountains and rivers, no spirit ghosts, no predecessors, no reincarnations, no yin and yang, no cause and effect. In the end, this world is left without education and ancestors." The demon of transformation shook his head. "It's not very interesting. I never thought that Jing Juzhong, who I was most looking forward to meeting, would still be so boring. It's hard to escape the same old routine. Newcomers who follow the same path will at most go further than some of their predecessors. The gods are infallible and leashed free. To a certain extent, what possesses the purest freedom is that they transform into demons and are unrestrained. Each of their thoughts can be full of fun, flourish, and confuse truth and falsehood. What Jing Juzhong calls breaking the cage is just to make it unfree. How dare the ordinary 14th realm dare to speak nonsense and be confident that it is better than the fake 15th realm in terms of Tao power? In the past 10,000 years, which of the 14 realms dared to refine it without fear of being burned through the intestines? Being occupied by a dove and a magpie's nest. Even if some people dare to think about it, they still dare not do it. Of course, what Jing Juzhong wants to do, Daozu has already been able to do. However, in the 15th realm of Daozu, Hedao and the entire Qingming world, it is not suitable to do this, so he has to let it go free, or to be precise, it is raised in a jade mountain. Which is what the world calls Tianweishan. Someone rightly said, a Taoist eliminates inner demons like schooling, and schooling is like sweeping away fallen leaves from the heart, swirling and swirling, falling leaves fluttering and dust rising, swirling and swirling. Chang Rideo ancestor is still a Taoist, unable to transcend this category. Faced with the inner demons that originate from all the Taoists in the world, they cannot be eliminated or refined. The reason for this is because the ruins of the ancient heaven have always existed and cannot be completely destroyed, and when Haizhomi, who ascended to heaven and left, abbots the new heaven and invites the gods to return to their thrones. Otherwise, the founders of the 3 religions can really reach an agreement and let the Taoist ancestors free their hands to refine the trillions of inner demons for thousands of years and serve as the great avenue for practitioners of the 15th realm to once again prove the Tao. It is impossible to say that the first 16th realm in the world is, which is what Daozu has in his pocket. Jing Juzhong smiled and said, "It's quite interesting to be underestimated by an alien demon." Standing up, Jing Juzhong looked at a very ordinary place in Baidi City. Following Jing Juzhong's line of sight, the demon transformed outside saw a bamboo forest. It is raining from the sky, and in the new 14th realm, bamboo shoots are springing up after the rain. The tips of the bamboo shoots are about to come out, just like arches of yellow mud, tender and delicious. Spring bamboo shoots will grow very quickly, provided of course that they are not pulled out and eaten. They will have the opportunity to break out of the ground and grow into a green bamboo pole, and eventually become an old bamboo until bamboo flowers bloom. Even if Xing Juzhong himself is a brand new 14th realm, Xing Juzhong's 3 14th realms and 3 combined ways have nothing to do with the gifts given by the founders of the 3 religions. There is a watershed. Xing Juzhong still belongs to the old 14th realm. As for Ning Yao, the number 1 person in the colorful world, she followed Chen Qingda's reminder and chose to retreat to hide from the rain, so only on the timeline, Ning Yao is in the new 14th realm. Therefore, Xing Juzhong's view of Ning Yao is no different from that of the old blind man named Shi Ji in Shirwanda Mountain. They both felt that Ning Yao's 14th realm was highly lethal. The once awe-inspiring Jia Xing, and later the wild and meticulous man, apart from the nickname, Tong Tian Old Fox, given to him by others, Wen Hai, which is more like a master's title, still needs to be better known to others. There are 2 theories about the sea of literature. One is that Zhou Mi's knowledge is as vast and profound as a bottomless sea, and the other is that Zhou Mi created his own tens of thousands of wild characters called Shui Yun Shu. Throughout the underworld, there are also a small group of ghost monks who are well hidden in the underworld. The former are like the 2 ghost immortals in the immortal hairpin city, the old woman named Qianggu, hiding on the Huangquan Road. The old woman lost her the treasure called Flaxen. The ghost fairy old woman who is really a mosquito, is complaining about herself, and the Wu Wei, the master of the Ascension Realm great demon Xuanpu, is also in a hidden dojo. In order to kill Chen Pingan's ambition in the world, Wu Ti lamented that time waits for no one. Unexpectedly, the senior who had already reached the threshold seemed to be unable to cross that step. But before Wu Ti felt that there was still a chance, there was God's will in the dark. They all noticed some mysterious signs, and their Taoist hearts were shocked. This group of ghosts and immortals who had their own Taoist practices all unanimously sighed quietly, feeling empty in their hearts. A single plank bridge, first come, first served. They are both ghosts and destined to be cut off. I just don't know which old guy can achieve this kind of fortune. But in fact, the ghost Su Jun is still less than 50 years old. He just relied on his Taoist companions and reached the 14th realm by eating soft food. In Yuzhou, Qingming World, the new palace master of Huayang Palace in Difei Mountain turned out to be an outsider, with the pseudonym Mao Zhui and the Taoist name White Bone. After Mao Zhui deduced the result, he didn't have much resentment. He just looked calm and scolded the headmaster Lu with a smile, "You bitch, you are so cruel that you are even cheating yourself." Leap Moon Peak. As Lu Tai said before climbing the mountain, Zhang Fenghai, who is only half a step away from the 14th realm, can only cross that half step when the heavy rain falls on the world. That's just the way it is. Zhang Fenghai, who has already reached the Ascension Realm, has made further progress without any doubts. Zhang Fenghai, who had read all the books in Yushu City at the age of 30, was imprisoned in Yanxia Cave of Jinhua Palace for many years. In the end, he chose to betray Bai Yujing, join forces with Wu Fu and establish his own business. Under Lu Tai's help, a total of 6 people established a sect, which has been announced to the entire Qingming world. Zhang Fenghai was of course the sect leader, and Lu Tai, who had worked so hard and accomplished so much, was not only the chief minister as agreed, but also the deputy sect leader. Lu Tai lowered his head and crouched, holding a dog's tail with both hands, and staggered towards Zhang Fenghai who was drinking on the cliff. He said he had no eyesight and hurriedly congratulated the sect leader. Poor that dog, sensing Zhang Fenghai's majestic Tao Qi, he didn't dare to go, but he couldn't help it, so he had to whine. Lu Tai pulled the dog's tail and laughed loudly, Sir, I'm very happy to congratulate you. Does the agreement we made earlier still count? Previously, Lu Tai Gonghua said that there were some interesting young people in the wild world. According to Zhang Fengai's deduction, before he could go one step further with Xinfeng, he would have to have 5 people in the Ascension realm to guarantee his trip to the wild world. It was not without accidents. But there were no big surprises. Lu Tai climbed up the pole and asked Zhang Fenghai and Xiongfeng to work harder and work harder. Lu Tai threw the dog that couldn't get on the table, clapped his hands, sat next to Zhang Fenghai, and asked in a low voice, "How do you say hard work?" Zhang Fenghai said, "One step becomes half a step." Today's martial arts attainments are probably equal to those of Lin Jiangxian 100 years ago. Lu Tai rubbed his hands and said, "We, from a small family, rarely go out to relax. We don't dare to expect to make achievements. If we don't have to worry about being slapped to death, that's probably enough." Zhang Fenghai nodded and said, "As long as you don't cause trouble everywhere, it won't be a big problem. The hard work is just a lip service." In fact, he has always wanted to visit other places in the world. Lu Tai sighed, "I am a person who travels around the world, always being kind to others, and being honest in everything I do." He is not like Master Lu, who can chat with a dog passing by on the roadside. No dog will pick up the Master Lu poops. Zhang Fenghai put the wine bottle on his waist, stood up, and looked back at the sect members who looked more or less expectantly. But before he, the sect leader, could say anything, the deputy sect leader put his hands on his hips and laughed, "We 6 masters, plus 1 Lu Qin, how can we go anywhere in the world?" Lu Tai glanced at the lying Lu Qin, who immediately understood and opened his mouth and barked. Lu Bixia asked curiously, "The situation in Yinzhou was not bad before, could it be that ghost Su Jun?" This female casual cultivator is at the pinnacle of the Ascension realm, and she is also one of the candidates for Qingming Tianxia. Lu Tai nodded and said, "The ability to eat soft food is the best in the world. I won't be convinced." Yuaning smiled and said, "Master Yingguan has lost to Su Jun by a hair." 14th level Zhang Fenghai, Qingming's second best martial artist in the world, Lu Bixia, Lu Tai, and Yuaning, one of the 10 young candidates in the world, are the disciples of Xing Yuan. The 6 of them plan to go out to relax and explore the wild world. Of course, it's just a tour of the mountains and rivers, but if anyone dares to stop them from enjoying the mountains and rivers, let them become the mountains and rivers. Maybe a dog named Lu Qin will be added. The first place they stopped on their journey across the world was probably the Great Wall of Sword Qi that was broken into 2 parts and now in ruins. In the wild world, the top of the green mountain of Dayue. A girl in a black robe with braids stared intently at the skinny girl and asked a very rude question, "Are you the in this world?" The girl's eyes were dull, so the girl with braids walked around the girl, walked behind the girl again, and kicked her in the knee. The girl knelt on her knees, her face still expressionless. The girl with braids nodded, now more satisfied with the height of both parties. She came to the girl's side, and pitifully, it turned out that the girl's cheek seemed to have been tattooed, with the word "burn" carved in ancient bronze inscriptions. Who else could be able to carve this word on the girl's face besides Zhou Mi? Of course, the only person who can insult a girl so wantonly is Xiao Sun, the former hidden official who betrayed the Sword Qi Great Wall. Xiao Sun reached out and grabbed the girl's cheek, twisted it gently, and asked, "What do you mean by burning the paste and following the sundial?" The dull girl nodded. Bai Zhe found her at that time. To be precise, she was found by Bai Zhe on her own initiative. She said that she gave herself a name, Dioku. She was born at the birth of the wild world, and worked hard with the martial artist of Liyue Peak in the Qingming world, the one in the Haoran world who once competed with the sage master. Her surname was Lu Mingxi, Zijuan, and Jujuan. Feng Yuan Shao, the disciple Huang Ting found purely by luck in the colorful world. Wild dial engraving, Qingming hardworking, Haran Lu Xian, colorful Feng Yuan Shao, they are all of the same kind. To her, every immortal dojo and human city in the wild world is like the ink punishment carved on her face with a knife. The more spiritual energy condenses in this world, the more her body will be filled with pus. Scarred sores. Of course, this was related to her deep rejection of Tuashan grand ancestor and later Wenhai Zhoushan. If the two sides were in harmony and had a clear understanding of each other, these existences that made her miserable were just like the embroidered patterns on a beautiful dress. She doesn't recognize the Tao of the great ancestor of Tuiua Mountain. To a large extent, she resents the other party for not being able to break through the Sword Chi Great Wall and not being able to take back the 100,000 mountains. It's as simple as that. And her disapproval of Wenhai Zhoumi comes more from Zhoumi's foreign status, which is a simple reason. Xiao Sun loosened her fingers and turned to look at the three sword cultivators who followed her here. Xiao Sun was obviously asking with his eyes, how about it? Is my knowledge deep, high, scary or not? Xiao Sun nodded to himself. Xiao Sun was in a good mood after guessing the riddle correctly. Sure enough, I became so powerful that even I felt terrible. Following Xiao Sun on this trip were three local sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Luo Shan and Zhuan, both of whom were from the Yingguan lineage of the Old Summer Palace. There is also Zhang Lu, the great sword immortal who has been guarding the gate of Daoxian Mountain for many years and is still drunk at this moment. As for wine, the more you drink it, the more miserable you become, and the more you drink it, the more miserable you become. From the top of the mountain came two more powerful figures from the wilderness who had always been inseparable, Fei Ran and Zhou Qinggao. Xiao Sun asked, what about the beast? Zhou Qinggao corrected with a smile, Chuxing. Xiao Sun turned his head, pricking up his ears to listen, and pretended to be shocked. What, you said that Chuxing is a beast? Immediately, her face was filled with astonishment, and she gave two thumbs up to Wenhai Zhoumi's close disciple, and praised, a fairy the size of a sesame seed and a mung bean dares to insult an experienced 14th realm like this. Zhoumi recognizes you as a close disciple, not without reason. Zhou Qinggao said with a smile, you can't quarrel with me, senior. You shouldn't talk to me. I admit defeat. Xiao Sun pointed at the ground, kowtow a few times if you admit defeat and show some sincerity. Zhou Qinggao reached out and patted his forehead, although my junior level is low, I will only kowtow to my master in this life. Xiao Sun narrowed his eyes and reached out to grasp a braid. Zhou Qinggao shrunk his sleeves with his hands and secretly made two Taoist secrets so that he could run away at any time. This is how it is in the wild world. The higher the level of a monk, the less trouble he will have. On the contrary, the higher the level, the greater the trouble. Even if he is a close disciple, in this wild world, he still cannot be regarded as having a life-saving talisman. And even sometimes, it will become a reminder. This is also the reason why Zhou Qinggao has to stay with Firen these years. Fei Ran smoothed things over and said, sell me a favor. Xiao Sun stretched out his hand. Firen threw out a rusty bronze dagger without hesitation. Xiao Sun took it, weighed it a few times, and found it was not bad. He nodded and said, for your face, I bought it. Xiao Sun then casually threw the ancient immortal sword to Luo Shan and said, I can give it to the disciple you just accepted. Remember to make it clear to that ignorant girl that it was me who gave it to you, your. Zhang Lu said with a smile, why don't you give me a gift? I agreed to follow you to eat well and drink spicy food. Well, I've been hungry for 9 meals in 3 days and am so poor. Selling swords and buying wine sounds very heroic. Xiao Sun said, hey, be urgent, just wait a moment, the delivery person will be here soon. In their early years at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Xiao Sun and Lu Ji were collectively known as fierce. Fei Ran looked at the newly appointed hidden official who had specifically told him not to mess with Zhou Mi before he ascended to heaven, and that he had to let it go and leave him alone. A 14th-level sword cultivator who has refined the entire Savage Hall of Heroes seems not so pure. Another day after the heavy rain, the newly promoted sword cultivator of the 14th realm was outstanding. In fact, it is not pure either. Xiao Sun glanced at Firen and shook his head, disapprovingly. As long as you are in the 14th realm and leave the barbaric world, you will probably have to kill people casually. Isn't it too frustrating? Let alone that old blind man, can he beat Ning Yao and Nin easy? Fei Ran smiled and explained, I'm different from you. I don't need the word pure. Don't even give it to me. Fei Ran and Dio Ku have become allies of the Taoist heart. She has also fulfilled the agreement she made with Zhou Mi, creating two branches of the long river of time in the wild world. So Firen, as the most justifiable co-leader of the wild world, and on the premise that Mr. Baizé is destined not to have a dispute with him, Firen has great hope of being able to reach the 15th level in the future. It just takes a short time. In this case, does Firen still have to fight for a pure sword cultivation in the 15th level? Can Zhou Zi be willing? Will Jing Juzhong agree? Xiao Sun knew this and asked, Fei Ran, why did you call me here? Fei Ran said helplessly, Senior refined the Hall of Heroes, right? Xiao Sun asked back then, the great ancestor of Tuiyue Mountain, Wenhai Zhoushou, and the one who was scolded by Zhou Qingao as a beast, didn't say that I couldn't run around with this patio? Firen said, so I have to ask seniors to come to Qingshan to talk about it. We can rearrange our positions so that we can do our own things in a legitimate manner in the future. No one will be disobedient to the other and everyone will think that the other is a waste. This time we entered in the Hall of Heroes, you can explain everything clearly and then sit down separately, which will save you a lot of trouble. It's a pity that Xiao Mo, who has been sleeping in the bright moon for thousands of years, took refuge with Qin Yingguan, causing Bai Jing to also betray the wild world. Otherwise, the two ascended realm sword cultivators, one at the peak and the other at perfection, would definitely occupy a place in the Hall of Heroes. Before that battle, the group of 14 old thrones in which Tuiyueshan Grand Ancestor was first, Zhou Mi was second, and Lu Cha was third, were known as the most powerful and capable of fighting. Today's new set of thrones has too many people who have been promoted to fill the throne. It is simply a joke. Even Fei Ran, who doesn't take realm too seriously, feels a bit outrageous. Xiao Sun glanced at Zhou Qingao. Fei Ran smiled and said, he is the bottleneck of the immortal realm, and of course he is not qualified to enter the immortal realm now. Zhou Qingao, whose Taoist name is Clog, his previous name became his Taoist name. Zhou Qingao replaced Ziwu Meng's position as the wilderness heavenly stem and became the leader. He once rose directly from the three realms to the Yupu realm, and within a few years, he became an immortal again, but now he is at a bottleneck. Xiao Axan smiled and said, it seems that as long as you recognize a good master, your cultivation will be so smooth that people can envy you. Zhou Qingao learned the lesson this time and didn't say anything. He swallowed the words, it's a pity that this junior is the master's close disciple. Two more people came, a boy with double pupils, Li Gu, whose Taoist name was Fei Qian. After being woken up by Bai Zai, Li Gu recovered 8 valuable immortal weapons from all over the wilderness in one breath. There was also a man who looked like he hadn't woken up all day, yawning. His name is anonymous. Li Guan had a yellow Qinkuan bag and a purple demon-catching gourd tied around his waist. After waking up, Li Gua's previous path of refining things and combining Taoism with Taoism has been occupied by Taiyin, the female crown in the world of Qingming, but Li Gua had already prepared a candidate path for himself. A book city, doing the opposite, the north is king. That beautiful lady has clearly succeeded in joining the Tao. Instead of showing off, she found a hidden dojo with no trace and hid. On the other hand, Li Gu, who looked like a young man with heavy pupils, came to this mountain with his best friend, Anonymous, and came to meet Fei Ran and Xiao Xian openly and honestly. Li Guo waited until the rain stopped in several worlds before he successfully merged with the Tao. It was Zhou Mi who gave way to a road, not just a way, but could even be said to have paved a whole road, allowing Li Guo to go directly to the 14th realm. Because before Zhou Mi ascended to heaven, he gave something to Zhou Qingao, which was a pile of text engravings. It was Zhou Mi's self-created Yunshuishi Book of the Wild World. In this way, Li Guo replaced Zhou Mi as the master of words in the wild world, and could enjoy the gift of a great avenue brought by the circulation of words in the world. Anonymous glanced at the little girl with braids and sighed. Since Zhou Mi had left behind the objects and people who controlled the wilderness cultural destiny, the military destiny of this world would naturally be no exception. Xiao Sun pointed at the young man's demon-catching gourd at his waist and curled his fingers. Without saying a word, Li Gu took off the golden gourd and threw it to Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun slapped Zhang Lu, stared straight at Li Guo, and asked, "You won't give it to me until there's a fight?" This is not as simple as robbing something. It is equivalent to asking the person whose money was robbed, "Why don't you chop me up first and then hand over the thing?" Li Guo said, "Nowadays, these external things are dispensable to me." Xiao Sun said angrily, "This is a bit too much." One punch shattered Li Guo's body. Li Guo instantly returns to its original appearance. Xiao Sun didn't feel that his efforts were in vain, just punching one after another until Li Guo exploded and then reunited. It was just fun. Taking advantage of Xiao Sun's lack of time to talk to him, Fei Ran asked softly, "Do you regret not cooperating with Zhou Mi back then?" Dian Ke nodded and said hoarsely, "I'm so sorry. If she is willing to accompany Zhou Mi to kill the vast world, the wild demon clan may be able to take over the Aquarius continent and level the Great Barrier with corpses. She might have eaten that comrade now, and she could become 1.5 masters of the 2 worlds of wilderness and Hauran." Fei Ran asked from the bottom of his heart, "Become a Taoist partner with me, will you not regret it again?" The girl with a paralyzed face and dull eyes suddenly smiled and hesitated. She stretched out her white and dry fingers and gently grabbed Fei Ran's wrist. She blushed slightly, lowered her eyes and said shyly, "You are very warm." Fei Ran laughed dumbly, held her cold hand with his backhand, turned to look at Xiao Sun, and said with a smile, "Just a reminder, I won't do this next time." Xiao Sun glanced sideways and curled his lips. For the first time, he didn't say anything back. He nodded, "The young couple will live a good life from now on. Li Guo helped me pay for my share of the money." Fei Ran smiled and clasped his fists in thanks. Xiao Sun muttered, "What a stupid scholar, they are all carved from the same mold." One after another group of veritable wild monsters were summoned by Fei Ran to discuss matters, leaving Senior Xiao Sun not to wait too long. Among the 14 great demons of the old throne, there is Zhu Yan, the ancestor of the mountain-moving people. The new owner of Yiluo is concubine Fei. The great demon of the new throne has the sword immortal ribbon minister. As the first disciple of Wenhai Zhou, he is an Ascension Realm sword cultivator. He carries 6 swords in a sword box on his back and wears an emerald green robe called Biaojiao Lian. When Zhou Qingao saw Shou Qin, he bowed and saluted, and called senior brother. Shou Qin nodded with a smile. There is also the big demon official Xiang with white eyebrows, hair and robes, who is obsessed with persuading the young hermit official to become Taoist companions with his granddaughter. A direct disciple of the great ancestor of Tuyue Mountain, with the Taoist name Xinzhuang, a woman in the Ascension Realm, and Formation Master, and also a martial artist at the end of the realm. A tall monk wearing brilliant golden armor and a mask, Even Fei Ran didn't know this person's Tao roots and true identity. There is a female crown, Taoist name is Rowei. The Taoist crown on her head is unique in the world. There are lotus flowers on the lotus, and there is a fish tail on the lotus. She was the great demon Huang Luan from the old throne who was killed by 3 corpses. After Zhou Mi ate Huang Luan, he returned all the secret treasures to her. In the end, Bai Zhe took the 2 of them, slowly climbing the mountain together. The 2 ancient demons, like Li Gu and Wu Mingshi, were the ones who were woken up by Bai Zhe himself. A beautiful woman, officially, with the Taoist name Shuezong. There is a short, stooped old woman with 5 colors of Tao Qi all over her body. Every time the old woman steps up the steps, the tiger in this green mountain will feel more pressure and must use her magical powers to offset the weight of the Tao. Zhu Yan, who was standing on the railing, saw the old woman and wiped his mouth. Since they are not in the 14th realm, do they all have a chance? The old woman raised her head, smiled and pointed at Mr. Bai Zhe in front of her, indicating to Zhu Yan, which one is more important, harmony or life? Fei Ran smiled and asked, Mr. Bai Zhe, Wang Youwu must be absent today. As for that, Hutu, he is also an ancient demon who has lived for 10,000 years, but he is no longer here. Bai Zhe said, we're here. As he spoke, Bai Zhe, the newly promoted monk king of the 14th realm who thought he was hiding well, was randomly taken out of the hidden dojo by Bai Zhe and forced to appear next to Guan Yi. A hall of valor. The new throne of the wild. At the highest place, all the people in the world are outstanding. The second highest position is Bai Zhe, who returned from the vast world to the wilderness. Of course, if Bai Zhe wanted to sit in the highest position, no one, including Fei Ran, would have any objections. They would not dare to say anything with their mouths, and they would not dare to say anything in their hearts either. Third, the incarnation of the great road in the wild world, the girl's dial. Xiao Sun was fourth, and she was not happy. She stared at the dial that had just received her share of the money, and the girl took the initiative to change seats with Xiao Sun. Bai Zhe didn't say anything to this, and Firen didn't say anything either, so they just switched places. Xiao Min put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. If you don't dislike it, I will treat this as your bridal chamber and have a son soon. The ancestor with both hands on crutches is rising. Li Gui's Qinkuan bag and demon-catching gourd were no longer around his waist. A beautiful king with a bamboo crown and a deer. These 3 are all in the 14th realm. After that, Wu Mingshi, the best martial artist in the wild world, reached the Ascension realm. Zhu Yan, the second official, is a short old woman whose name and pseudonym are unknown to anyone. Concubine Fei, ministers, official Ali, new makeup, catkins, the golden armor shrouded in clouds and mist is as mysterious as the old woman. In the wild world, there are 17 new throne demons. But Bai Zhe said, wait a moment. In an instant, a strong female martial artist opened, or rather forced open, a door with both hands, and strode out from the cold world of countless innocent souls and ghosts. When she stepped through the door, heaven and earth began to collapse. Martial arts were rolling and shaking like thunder, rushing here. She raised her hands and rolled up her black hair, revealing a beautiful face without eyebrows. When she took another step forward, both feet crossed the door, and again a gift of martial arts came to her from Hauran, the wilderness, and the Buddhist kingdom in the west. She only took 2 steps, and she went from being at the end of martial arts to being at the highest level of energy, to returning to her true state, and then to being divine again. The world is vast. At the Tianshi mansion in Longhu Mountain, the 10-tailed Tianhu Lianjun prostrated himself on the ground to greet the Tianshi Zhao Tianlai who had successfully escaped from seclusion. In a mountain house, in the early morning after the rain, the lotuses are turning, the cherries are on fire, and the pomegranate flowers are in bloom. The flowers are fluttering with bees and butterflies, just like the division of spoils in the spring of the world. Lu Qi sat under the eaves and sighed softly. Without the most proud person in the world standing in the way, she was finally successful. Su Zi was heroic, so he probably wouldn't mind this matter. In Luzhou, Beiju, Lu Jubao walked out of the family ancestral hall, turned his head and looked at the stretch of 37 peaks on the same continent, thoughtfully. Western Buddhist country. A gilt copper mandala was erected with countless prayer pillars. Someone was preaching here, and a ray of sky broke through the layers of fog like a glass of wine and slowly landed on the top of the human world. A monk who has been reincarnated 80 times finally remembers all his previous lives in this life. There is a river beside the monk, a boat on the riverside, and a carriage on the bank. Qingming Tianxia. The deputy city lord of Nanhua City, Mrs. Wei has perfected her merits. An ancient battlefield site, in the deserted wilderness, there is only a lonely cold temple, which is dedicated to the most holy master, Buddha and Taoist ancestors, named Xiangji Temple. In the temple, there was a young man wearing a Taoist crown but also a cassock and a jade pendant. He was sitting on a futon. Under the slightly trembling futon, something was suppressed. Every time this person breathes out, he is dispersing his own path and helping the souls of those heroes and souls to open up a path to the world of Fengdu. They don't know how many thousands of years have passed in this world. The young man raised his hand, wiped his tears, and murmured, "I have accumulated external skills, my heart is flawless, and I am a true Taoist priest." There was an aggressive knock on the door, but someone was knocking on the door with a sword in its scabbard. The visitor outside the door was none other than monk Jiang Xiao, who had just entered the 14th realm. In a place called Gusha Mountain, there is a young man who has never stepped out of this mountainous area since he was young. With the help of a Taoist book, he has been practicing silently until now. After confirming that he has indeed entered the 14th realm, this young man, the young man who told himself time and time again to go out and have a look at a higher realm, regretted it every time and told himself he would do it next time. Now he still has no intention of leaving the mountain and continues to hide, becoming a woodcutter who chops wood, burns charcoal, and makes his own wine. I don't want to know you, and you don't need to know me. The season after the rain, the new 14th realm. Within 100 years, there would be many more. In an inconspicuous little Taoist temple, an old man named Chang Gung was reading at night. He picked up a saltwater peanut and threw it into his mouth, chewing it carefully. Opposite the table, there was a man lying on the table, complaining about the heavy workload of Taoist subjects. The young man and the old man smiled and said, "Chen Tsong, your ability to pick names is actually not bad. One day in the future, the two of them will become one and walk in this world as a true Qin." The boy in cotton-padded clothes didn't take such vague and strange words seriously. Now that the Taoist temple has changed its owner, the rules are even stricter. When he thinks of getting up early to do the homework tomorrow, Chen Tsong sighs, reaches out to touch the plate, and grabs a piece. Throwing the salted peanuts into his mouth, but not forgetting to give the old man a few remaining ones from between his fingers, the young man stood up, smiled narrowly, and said vaguely, "Uncle Chang, eat slowly, I will go to bed first, and tomorrow morning, I will definitely help you clean the yard, make it clean." The old man smiled and said, "It's still early. Can I tell you a story?" Chen Tsong hesitated and said, "Don't let this be a ghost story. You know, I'm a timid person." "Well, if it's something sexy, that's not impossible." The old man stretched out his fingers to twist the wick and said with a smile, "This story has everything." Occasionally, he would get a little depressed. This kid was quite lively by nature and deserved a beating. Chen Tsong sat back on the stool, put his hands on his chin, and said seriously, "Uncle Chang, can you make up a story in which I will be the protagonist? I can add you as the master." The old man nodded and said, "Okay, this is a fresh story about senior brother Chui Chan and junior brother Chin Pin Gon learning Taoism together." Sword of Coming Chapter 1230. Chapter 1230. Home is in this mountain nestled among the green bamboo forest. There is a house with a width of 3 rooms, facing a pond with rippling water. The spring is melting, the grass is thick, the sun sets, the moon rises, and the wind blows gently over the glazed water. Chen Pingon stayed at the foot of Fuyao, which is located between Jisa Peak and Tiaoyu Mountain. He recovered the 9 talisman clones, and his mind was all restored. Chen Pingon began to retreat to recuperate, warming up his body step by step, and regaining consciousness. Sword refining and night walks, mending robes, while personally compiling and revising the boxing manuals and spiritual book secrets. The Shangzong must look like the Shangzong, and there must be several legendary lines that can be passed down. The tuna mountain climbing technique taught by Old Man Yang in the medicine shop, Guyu's mountain shaking fist, Xing Daifeng's formal swordsmanship. Chen Pingon invited his disciple Pei Qian to work together to compile Chui Cheng's boxing moves, and at the same time sort out Ningfu by Grandma's boxing skills, the killer moves of the Qingming martial artist hidden in the arsenal of the white-haired boy, and the large number of wild boxing methods recorded in the Summer Palace, Li Er's unique understanding of the human body and the world from the perspective of a martial artist and analysis, in addition to the sword energy taught by Liang at the 18 Stops, the authentic alchemy book presented by Li Shixing, plus Chen Pingan's barely able to break into the palace, the untold secret cloud water body of the immortal Yunqi of the Jiuzhen Immortal Pavilion, soaring into the realm Xiao Feng Xuetao was kidnapped halfway in the Chinese Confucian temple and the true meaning of the Thunder Method, etc. There are 40 or 50 books on the table that Chen Pingon has classified into categories, not to mention a large pile of scattered manuscript papers piled on the table, more than 2 feet high, all of which Chen Pingon has ever dealt with or stolen from his master, are all recorded and copied here in detail. What's more, to a certain extent, Chen Pingan's self is literally a miscellaneous book, which contains the 11 martial arts half-fist handed down by the ancestor of the military strategist, and the swordsmanship in the rain at Tiangong Temple outside the Big Spring Mirage City. During Pei Mint's battle, Chen Pingon peeled off the cocoon and dismantled the sword energy and so on. According to Chen Pingan's preliminary idea, Luopa Mountain's own legal tradition can be roughly divided into 4 main lines: swordsmanship, boxing, talismans, and refining, while also taking into account thunder, qi, formation, etc. Chen Pingon had actually given a unique sermon at Lotus Root Blessed Land Damu Temple before, teaching some rough steps of cultivation. The truth couldn't be simpler. If you want to preach to others, solve their doubts, and give them guidance, you must have the right way and reason first, so as not to mislead others. Pei Qian was the only one who witnessed this with her own eyes. She was so amazed that her jaw almost dropped. But Chen Pingon didn't let Pei Qian see too much other than boxing. Chen Pingon said with a smile that he planned to combine the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought and finally compile the most authentic boxing book. The threshold for martial artists to learn boxing is very low, and the top of the mountain is very high. There are almost no shortcomings in the process. However, he just let Pei Qian hear such big talk, so as not to let it out early and make it a joke when the time comes. Chen Pingon specially set up 2 cloud nest formations between Jisa Peak and Fuyao Foot for Xiaomi Li, who likes to patrol mountains. The effect is like a shrinking talisman, making it convenient for Xiaomi Li to visit here. Of course Chen Lingjun also wanted to join in the fun, but found that he couldn't get into the cloud nest at all. The mountain owner was a little partial, but he was partial to millet grains, so Chen Lingjun didn't feel aggrieved. Chao Gingxin, the minister of the Ministry of Official Affairs who was responsible for escorting the 16 people here, and Zhou Haijing, one of the 4 great masters of swordsman Yuan Huajing and martial arts review, each had their own personal demands. Chao Jogui said that he had a friend on the mountain who wanted to meet Chen. The mountain owner asked for 2 copies of the Seal Book of the 100 Sword Immortal and the Seal Book of the Jian Sword Immortal. Chen Pingan said he didn't have any of them, so where could he find them? Unexpectedly, Minister Chao came prepared and immediately took out 2 exquisite seals from his sleeves that were secretly printed by an unknown bookstore. They were so good, they looked fake at first glance. Chen Pingan didn't care whether the seals were authentic or fake. He just asked, "You these friends are male and female?" Chao Gingxin swore that he was a strong man. Chen Pingan immediately knew what he was doing and rewarded him with 2 words without hesitation: "No need to discuss." Chao Gingxin had no choice but to tell the truth, saying that she was a wealthy woman from Cheer Street. However, like Guan Iran, she had been a monk accompanying the Great Li cavalry for many years. She was still his childhood friend. When they were children, they sold books together to earn money. Chen Pingan glanced at Chao Shilong's other sleeve. Chao Gingxin smiled awkwardly and said that he would not dare to take out this landscape travelogue even if he died. No matter how good the relationship with her was, and no matter how childhood sweethearts they were, they still couldn't talk about their lives. She really couldn't win over her friendship, so she just put on a show and got back 2 seals with the seal of Lord Chen's collection, which was enough to make her feel better and keep her smiling face for several years. Chen Pingan put the 2 seals on the table and said, "Let's talk about business first, and the seals will be delivered to you later." Zhou Haijing kept criticizing him. "Look," he said, "he doesn't have much airs. Last time I was in the Great Li capital, I didn't see Mr. Chen showing off like this. It seems that whether he is a national master or not, it really makes a difference." Chao Gingxin was even more worried that Master Chen Shan would hack those 2 seals. Yuan Huajing said that he wanted to borrow a vassal mountaintop from Luopa Mountain, preferably the sword worship platform, because he might go into seclusion in the near future and try to break through the realm, which would consume everything and the cost would be doubled. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's easy to say that before Yuan Jianxian retreats, he can just consult with our new worshipper Gontang." Although Yuan Huajing didn't know who this person was, since Chen Pingan dared to say so, he must be a more genuine senior swordsman than the so-called Yuan Jianxian. Zhou Haijing glanced at Pei Qian, who had been sitting silently in the corner. She looked curiously at this unimpressive young woman several times, and the other party happened to look sideways at her several times. Seeing that Pei Qian is not consistent with the legendary Jing Qingming at all, you must know that in Luojing, the capital of Dali, there was a saying that, if you ask Jing Qian for boxing, you will be done with 3 faces. Why did Pei Qian look like a lady when he came to his own territory? Although Zhou Haijing was confused, he didn't bother to hide anything. He said that he wanted to ask Grandmaster Pei for some tips. Chen Pingan smiled and persuaded, "It's better to wait until Grandmaster Zhou reaches the limit." However, Zhou Haijing said that the qi level of the mountaintop realm Wenquan Jijing was just right, and there would be no shame in losing. Pei Qian actually had no intention of sparring with anyone. If he was beaten too hard, he would be harmed. After all, the other party was a guest of Luoshan. If you hit me too lightly, the other party might not appreciate it and think it's okay if a famous teacher doesn't produce a good disciple. You might misunderstand that your master's boxing skills are not good enough. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's just a competition between fellow martial artists. Don't be overly concerned about winning or losing, and don't take it too seriously." Pei Qian nodded, stood up, said concessions, and left the room first. Zhou Haijing's eyes lit up. "When it comes to learning boxing, are you, Chen Pingan, the only one who knows it?" "I'm not bad either." Not only did Chao Gingxin want to go out to watch boxing, but Yuan Huajing also said goodbye and left. Chen Pingan just had his hands free, opened the 2 seal books on the table, thought about it, and started writing. When going down the mountain, Zhou Haijing grinned, rubbed his chest, and felt lingering fear. In fact, Pei Qian was quite kind. Before taking action, he used the secret language method of gathering sounds into a line, saying that he would be at the top of the mountain. The two sides lasted about 10 rounds, and Zhou Haijing had the upper hand. It seemed that Pei Qian was unable to fight back and could only parry, but in the end, Pei Qian used his elbows in a straight line, as fast as thunder, and he defended and attacked. As if forcibly opening a door, he hit Zhou Haijing with his elbows. With a bang, Zhou Haijing flew backwards for more than 10 feet and fell heavily to the ground. He slapped his palms, twisted his body, and moved laterally for more than 10 steps in an instant. Zhou Haijing forced himself to lift it just as he regained his footing. Pei Qian hit him in the face with an elbow. Pei Qian went to the house, took the printed music from his master, and gave it to Chao Gingxin. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment but then told Zhou Haijing how offended he was. Zhou Haijing couldn't say anything polite at the moment and nodded silently. Only when Chao Gingxin bought it did he realize that there was an extra book of seals. Lord Chen Shanzhu was such a wonderful man that he also bought a fake book. Chao Gingxin laughed and said, "Ha, there is also an extra head, so you can make a profit." Chen Pingan actually wrote the gift message in his own hand. Not long after he started writing, the ink was still fragrant. The two words of fame and fame are a snake in the wine, but they are not in your heart. Brother Chao Huizun. Yuan Huajing did not have the kind of talisman sword made by Longquan sword sect, so he could not control the wind, so he could only walk to the sword worship platform on foot. After bidding farewell to Chao Gingxin, the new nominal leader of the earthly branches of Greatly, Yuan Huajing slowly wandered towards the sword worship platform without using his magical powers. Zhou Haijing raised his chin and gestured to open the other two books to see if Chen Pingan had written anything, but he still did it perfunctorily and only sealed the book collection seal. However, Chao Gingxin put the seal in his sleeve and said that he would go to Nujiadu to board the ship and return home. Arriving at the Dali military ferry and heading back north, Chao Gingxin took off the red wine gourd with pulp, pulled out the wine cork, raised his head and took a sip of wine, and then took out the seal from his sleeve. The title pages of the two seals each have a message written on them, and each has a different seal. The iron armor left the Zhu men, fought for millions of miles, and immediately stood by the willows. In Zheyanjin's cup of wine, I see flowers blooming every day, and I drink in peace. The 5-character seal of the 100 Swords Immortal. It is difficult for a stranger to become a swordsman. Together, we can win over the sky and not give in to men. The 7-character seal of the Jianjin Immortal Seal, Chen Pingan, the Grand Master of Dali. Zhou Haijing held it in for a long time before she said something. "It's a pity that I can't beat Ning Yao." Chao Gingxin laughed loudly, drank wine, and said, "Emotions are invincible, and lingering feelings are difficult to calm down. We are obsessed with men and women, and we are fighting against them. The enemy camp is like thousands of troops and horses, coming in droves, holding high a big banner, and writing of love on it." The word broke through both the eyebrows and the heart, and there was no way to avoid it. We were killed until we lost our helmets and armor and were completely defeated. Zhou Haijing squinted at this person. Was he a fool who couldn't understand people's words? But the fool instantly understood that there was something going on. Not long after Chao Gingxin's military ferry left Nujiadu, another cross-continental ferry called Dragon Snake Trace arrived that day. It came from the Central Earth Divine Continent. It was huge but not fancy. If the ferry had not taken the initiative to notify Tong Shinjun before it landed across the sea and was about to approach the boundary of Huashan, the Dali court might not have known about the existence of the ferry, entered the boundary of Xia, and then transferred to the jurisdiction of Beiyue. During this period, dragon snake, the ferry seemed to disappear out of thin air. The ferry passengers were not many in number. They came from 5 sects, but they were one family. The founding master is Fu Lu Yuxuan. The people who stepped off the ferry were men, women, old and young, and naturally they were all dressed as Taoist priests. The leader is the Taoist Heavenly Lord Shuizhisui, whose Taoist name is Night Watch. In addition, there are more than 10 people including Wang Tingji, Ding Daoshi, Tian Gong, Xiangtong and Bai Feng. When they saw Yu Xian, they called him Master, Master, Grand Patriarch, etc. This time when he came across the continent from the Central Earth Divine Continent to Aquarius Continent, 2 things were revealed and hidden. On the surface, he was helping to deliver 1,000 gold and copper coins. In secret, Yu Xian had oral with his direct disciple Shuizhisui. Select a few of the most arrogant people from each sect and take them to Luopa Mountain so that they can see what a truly smart person is. This time, the people who went to the ferry to entertain guests were still not Qin Pingan, who was in seclusion, but Wei Wenlong, the leader of Luola Mountain, Changshu and Chuanfu, and of course Pei Qian. Place this group of Chinese guests in a private house in a lonely mountain. There are many interesting things at the top of Haoran Mountain. It is said that when Yu Xian was young, he may have suffered from sword cultivation before. Every time he went down the mountain to travel, he had to prepare hundreds of sword-locking talismans. Later, when he attained enlightenment and ascended, if a direct disciple went out to practice, Yu Xian would still not forget to pull him over and ask if he needed a stack of sword-locking talismans. The master still had many left. I heard that Master Qin Shan was in seclusion, and these Taoist priests had no grudges at all. It was normal for Taoist monks to stay in seclusion for several days, even months or even years. Shui Tianjin's last retreat lasted for 40 years. It was not for any purpose, but for the purpose of inspecting 3 talismans. Moreover, during this trip, Master has made it clear to him that regardless of the length of time, he will just stay at the Luola Mountain of fellow Taoist Qin. You can stay as long as you can. If anyone is willing to stay there to practice Taoism for a long time, even better. When they arrived at the mountain gate archway, the white-haired boy took his name according to the rules. The gatekeeper Xianwei felt a little ashamed when he saw this group of serious Taoist priests with an ethereal air of immortality. In this state boundary, the green mountains are like books. A high mountain can match the sky, and a deep mountain can lurk in the spirit. The guests walked together in the morning. The fog in the mountains lingered on my face, and the breeze blew under my armpits. I was in a trance and became a fairy. Suddenly I met 2 boys on the road, one in green and one in black, bright colors. Chen Lingjun, who accompanied Xiamili on the mountain patrol, held the back of his head with both hands and shook his head. Xiamili, how come you are so happy every day? Xiaomili patted the cotton satchel lightly, and even though no one was around, she still lowered her voice and said, I have money. Sensing the movement in the distance, Chen Lingjun reminded him in his heart, let's not talk for a while, there are guests. You walk behind me. Generally speaking, guests who are able to climb mountains are guaranteed to have good moral character, but if they are not guaranteed, who will scare the timid Xiaomili? What's more, the relatives and friends in the market down the mountain can also speak a few words in the dialect from across the mountain. It's hard to say whether Chen Lingjun is clever or not. But if Chen Lingjun has no experience in the world of martial arts, was he riding the collection of passers-by in vain? Xiaomili nodded vigorously and followed Jing Qing on tiptoe. That Chen Jianxian is really too young. Could he be a deified person? Uncle Ding, can Taoists like us really defeat the inner demons by attacking with force? What is the purpose of our ancestors asking us to walk this time? Shui Tianjun didn't say a word, so we just spend it like this every day. No matter how beautiful the scenery in the mountains is, if we walk it once or twice, there will be nothing new. The group of guests walking opposite were also chatting along the way, but they used several secret talisman methods. They were not afraid that the walls had ears. It was not that they suspected Luo Luo Shan, but that with this method, they could do whatever they wanted. As the two sides approached, they stopped one after another and called the two boys. After asking, they found out the identity of the other party. The boy in green, whose Taoist name was Jing Qing, was a monk from Luoluo mountain genealogy. As soon as the other party heard that they were from the lower sect of Taofu mountain, they looked strange. The eccentric little girl in black, carrying a golden pole on her shoulders and holding a green bamboo stick, claimed to be Zhou Mili. She didn't say anything about her identity, she just tightened the string of her crossbody cotton bag, unable to hide her nervousness. Chen Lingjun exchanged a few polite words with them, which was very appropriate. This group of Taoist priests has a great background. The authentic ancestral temple is Tufushan, founded by the founder Yu Xian, and the ashram is located at Jinfeng Peak of Zushan. A Shangzong, Yuhua Mountain, is made of millions of talismans stacked on top of each other. It is said that it has accumulated to more than 9 million talismans 100 years ago, which is about to reach tens of millions. The three lower sects, Faxian Palace, have the reputation of being in the realm of Taiqing, and are known as the city of gods and goddesses, with palaces and temples all over the place and high spirits appearing in large numbers. There has been an endless stream of Taoist priests from other sects who have become immortals here. There is also the Do Ran sect that, on one peak of Do Ran, throw talismans to open thousands of mountains. The former master of Jingwei Temple, Songshua Taoist Zhao Wenmin, has left for the wild world, and Zhao Wenmin's master, Taoist Gu, is one of Yu Xian's 6 direct disciples, and is very famous up and down the Shenzhou mountain in Zhongtu. He is famous for his clear distinction between love and hate, and he must repay kindness and revenge. During the war that year, Taoist Gu left behind a sentence: cherish the spirit of our children and grandchildren, and leave this body to take care of the universe. Then he wandered far away without a trace, and finally died on the battlefield of Nanbosu Island. The ancestral court, Taofu Mountain, has the Yunmeng Cave Heaven, one of the 72 small caves. The Shangzong Yuhua Mountain holds a high-grade Tai Zhen, blessed land. Faxian Palace and the Do Ran sect each have a medium-grade blessed land, Old Pit and Balian. It's no wonder that every time there is a discussion in the Jinfeng Patriarch Hall, Jingwei Guan always cries about poverty. The two sides passed each other and walked away. Zhou Mili, who had been holding his breath, could finally relax and shook his head. They are all quite friendly. Chen Lingjun said with a smile, you are rich, you speak strong words, and you are powerful. You have a certain temper that you can't hide with your words, but you can't hide it between your eyebrows. Zhou Mili frowned with 2 sparse and yellowish brows. Chen Lingjun chuckled, Millet, we don't have to worry about this, the mountain owner is at home. Zhou Mili scratched her face and murmured, Jingqing, but I still think they are pretty good. Chen Lingjun turned sideways and made a face. If even Protector Zhou doesn't feel good about it, he won't be able to reach our Luola mountain. Over at the fire temple in the Great Li capital, Aunt Feng sent a rare Fajian letter to Luopa mountain, asking Chen Pingan if he wanted to go to the Paradise of 100 Flowers. Zhou Mili patrolled the mountain and presented the secret letter with both hands. After reading the content, Chen Pingan had no choice but to reply with a letter, saying that he would try to travel to the Middle-earth Divine Continent by the end of this year, but he did not make any guarantees. If it was extended to the middle of next year, there would definitely be no problem. In that secret letter, Aunt Feng also mentioned an unsubstantiated Gong Weiyan theory. It turned out that Hao Su, who was born in a certain blessed land, had taken refuge in Baihua Paradise before becoming a criminal officer, and had a relationship with a certain blessed land. There is a flower named Xiangxiu who is very chewy. When you get there, you will have the opportunity to help determine the authenticity. Chen Pingan was not interested in these. He just remembered a very charming ancient poem. Xiang Xiu was indifferent and deeply trusted Hao Su. Wei Bo came to Fuyao Lu and said that he had just attended the meeting in the imperial study room. His Majesty the Emperor, who was so patient, couldn't help but hint to himself, when did the Great Li dynasty announce something to Yizhou? Chen Pingan said slowly, waiting until he had figured out how to deal with those mountain and water gods whose golden bodies were still suppressed in the southern part of Aquarius continent. Wei Bo nodded and said that this matter indeed needs to be treated with caution. The old master Lu Yong met Chen Pingan before, and in a few words, he agreed on the appointment of Zhao Zhu as the guest minister of the Mountain Master Qin. Perhaps he noticed the sluggish state of Mountain Master Qin. Lu Yong didn't even mention having a few drinks, and soon he said goodbye and left. He just said hello to Qinghu Palace before the next meeting at the Jisa Peak Patriarch Hall, and he would bring Zhao Zhao to Luola Mountain to reminisce about the past, just like drinking wine, the later the time, the more mellow it tastes. The old master didn't even let Chen Pingan go to the gate of the mountain, saying that he had already made an appointment with fellow Taoist Jingqing to visit the Tifu River Water Mansion and meet the new Mandarin Bai Dang. Chen Pingan always smiled and nodded, saying yes. There are 3 brothers of the Great Tao, in Luo Luo Mountain. The dragon seed sword cultivator is Bai Dang, and his Tao name is Chao Jun. Now he has been promoted to the high water of Tifu River. Yupu realm Gao Gung is the disciple of Liuxia continent Lao Feixing Jinghao, and the ghost who used to be named Silver Deer in Immortal Hairpin City but now has his name changed to Xing Rong. On Luola Mountain, the 3 of them accompanied the boy in Xing Yi and drank like water. The 3 brothers, who had been through thick and thin together, were now rich and powerful, and no one dared to mention a word of wine. Gao Gung never returned to Qinggong Mountain in Lixiaosu. His master ordered him to stay here for a while to get on good terms with fellow Taoist Jingqing. As for the Qinggong Mountain affairs that originally belonged to Gao Gung, don't worry about it. Without him, Qinggong Mountain would still be Qinggong Mountain. But if you can take root here, it will be a great achievement. Now Xingqiu writes in his diary every day. For example, when I went out today, I failed to guard my heart and said a few words indiscriminately. It was hateful and shameful. The Confucian Taoism has been passed down from generation to generation. It has 3 columns since ancient times. The most sage ancestor created the world and led the ceremonial saints and the Confucian temple to worship the 72 sages. Like the dawn of the day, it shines through the ignorance. This is 1 column. Literary sages studied heaven and man, as if the sun was in the sky, 2 vertical lines. When he was in hiding, it was like the sun was shining again, which was the 3rd vertical. All these 3 aspects of Taoism are related to the day and the time. Those of us who study Taoism must not be ignorant of it. It was originally a little note written in a personal diary, but somehow it was read by Mr. Yingguan. Xingqiu, who was sitting at the table complacently, received a solid brick on the back of his head. Senior Jingqing has misled me too much. Didn't you agree that your mountain master doesn't like to be flattered by others, and he only praises his husband, the old scholar, for his great knowledge, and praises him as an out-and-out scholar, so he must have merit but no fault? As a result, when Mr. Lu and the boy in green pressed their cloud heads and came to the Tifu River, they each made secrets to divert the water. When they arrived at the gate of the water mansion, the water god Bai Dang and Xingqiu, who was half the mastermind of the water mansion, were already waiting there. After getting married, he entered the mansion and walked through the corridors until he came to a place specially designed to entertain distinguished guests. Lu Yong saw the smiling Master Qin standing at the table, setting out the food and wine, waiting for them to sit down and put down his chopsticks. Cup. The old man was moved, but he didn't say anything. He was still drinking when the table was served. Chen Lingjun made clear arrangements for the meal for Mr. Liu. The host, assistant, and 3 or 4 others must entertain Mr. Liu well and not return until he is drunk. Old Defer and his disciple Yoyu met the young hermit official and temporarily stayed at the sword worship platform. When they got here, Old Defer did feel a little regretful. Not to mention the boundaries of Longquan County, it was the entire mountains and rivers of Dali Chuzhou. In the eyes of the old deaf child, it is only the size of a palm. Even though the old deaf child only manages a prison in the Sword Chi Great Wall, the land over there is clean and large. How can it be compared to this small place today? What's more, when he led his disciples away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the white-haired boy wearing a robe and hanging a dagger was finally gone. The white-haired boy was noisy next to him. Only a few days later, the two sides met again. The worry was real. I just hope that Mr. Yingguan will show some conscience and help me build a bridge with that Mr. Xiaomo and Senior Bai Jing, and learn a few sword skills, so that I will not be in vain here. As a general worshipper, when I go to Feishing City in the colorful world, I can say a few kind words for Lord Yingguan and say a few words of justice that I feel I have a clear conscience. When we arrived at the sword worshipping platform, which became increasingly remote and narrow, the huts were simple, but the old deaf child did not feel that it was shabby. Yoyu had heard the content of the greetings between Lord Yingguan and the master before, and couldn't help but ask. The master used to be His Highness the Crown Prince who lived a great barbaric dynasty. Is there ever an East Palace dojo with a long corridor leading back to 90,000 houses, with the sun rising in the east and rain in the west? He has led troops, fought in battles, been invincible, and annexed 2 feuding dynasties in just 100 years. The old deaf boy smiled and said that it was from the old almanac thousands of years ago and was not worth mentioning. If a place can be truly called a small and elegant place, it is not the number of houses in the old residence, but the number of houses in the old house. The scorching sun is hanging in the sky, allowing tens of thousands of female officials to move out their dressing mirrors, just like a bright sun shining on the earth and reflecting in the sky. It's a pity that I was young and vigorous at that time, and I believe that I had good talent in cultivating Taoism and was not slow in practicing swordsmanship. I didn't know the hidden dangers of insisting on being strong and showing off my sharp edge. When I inherited the throne, I was actually the emperor for a few days. Looking around, everyone was already in my own land. I sometimes feel unheroic, so I want to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and meet those old swordsmen who can carve words on the wall. Yoyu then asked a question that all the local sword cultivators in the Sword Chi Great Wall wanted to know. Master, which old swordsman did you lose to back then? With this question, the disciple asked about the most itchy place in the old deaf boy's life. It turned out that Gon Tang, who had the Taoist name Longxing, took the initiative to climb to the top of the city alone, holding a sword with one hand, looking at Zixiong, ignoring all the swordsmen, and threatened to challenge the boss swordsman to a duel. Like that young man at the foot of the mountain seeking fame without hesitation. At the sword-worshipping platform, in addition to Guo Zhujiu who often goes out alone, there are also Nalan Yuzhao and Yao Xiaoyan. 2 girls, one has accepted Changming as the master, and the other has become the master of the white-haired boy who calls himself Kong Ho. There in fact, the master is not a swordsman, but neither the master or the disciple thinks there is any problem. Yuan Huajing came and asked questions humbly. The old deaf boy answered all his questions, but he sighed in his heart. He had only been here for a few days and he had to start going back and forth to sing. Too bad, I really don't fit in with Luo Shan Dao. The white-haired boy who had been temporarily removed from the alliance happened to be here too, laughing and jumping up and down with his disciple Yao Xiaoyan, comparing their heights. One asked the master, "Do you want to start practicing swordsmanship?" One replied, "Disciple, what's the rush? You are a genius with 3 natal flying swords. The 3 sword refining techniques I taught you, just learn and practice them slowly. No one can do it if the ancestor of Yin Guan keeps it on your side. Xiago glanced at the white-haired boy, who understood. Are we going to play with millet grains? She is patrolling the mountains, go away. On the Jisa Peak mountain road, a cheerful little girl in black and a laughing white-haired boy walked sideways on the road with their hands intertwined, just like they were carrying a sedan chair for a girl in a mink hat. Near the Patriarch Hall, a group of Taoist priests happened to be walking towards them. The old Taoist priest, led by Shui Tianjun of Fixianging, saw this happy scene. He smiled knowingly, nodded to them, and then took the initiative to lean against the cliff and give way to them. After debuting, several Taoist priests behind him imitated his example. Xiaomili plucked up the courage to thank the Taoist priests. Shui Tianjun looked gentle and smiled to be polite to his friends. The white-haired boy carrying the sedan pretended to be blind, and the girl in the mink hat sitting in the sedan pretended to be mute. She only had millet grains, and she wanted to say something to Jing Qing. Look, you are a good man. I already had some spare time on hand, and I got the 1,000 gold and copper coins sent by Master Yu, plus the more than 200 coins that Yu Shiwu insisted on giving, but couldn't accept without accepting them. Chen Pingan began to refine the sword Moon in the Well, to improve his rank, hoping to achieve the expected division of 800,000 with one sword. If there were millions, it would be an unexpected surprise. To be cautious, Chen Pingan thought about it and asked Xiago to come over to help protect the gate. At the same time, he asked the old deaf man to go to Tiaoyu Mountain to teach Taoism in place of Xiago. Xiago felt that Chen Pingan was making too much fuss. The master of Bixiao Cave had given a large array of Luoluo Mountain as a gift. Is this necessary? Xiago patted his mink hat and remembered it. He blamed himself for letting slip what he said about the swordsmanship that can cut the lines of cause and effect, which is not much inferior to that of Chunyang Lu Yen. He folded his hands to make pillows and lay on the floor in the corridor outside the house. Xiago crossed his legs and swayed. Xiao Mo was not at home, it was so boring. Xiago thought about Yang Ji's mother-in-law by the way, and did not care about her Taoist name, but Yang Ji has a natal magical power that should not be underestimated. If Yang Ji learns it, it will of course be a great blessing before he ascends to the realm. After ascending to the ascendant, the higher the path of Yangji is, the more useless it becomes, and it may even hinder Yangzi's enlightenment. Xiago is very greedy. The reason why she is not too anxious about Hedao is because she wants to go to Tongyi's house sometime. When a fellow villager meets a fellow villager, she bursts into tears. I give you a gift and you return the gift. If you dare not return the gift, then I'll kill you. Hee, it rhymes a lot. When I arrived at Luopa Mountain, my knowledge skyrocketed, and I became a perfect match for Xiao Mo. I don't know when, suddenly, Master Chen Shanju in the room suddenly lost his composure and cursed. Xiago came to the house almost instantly and performed 6 or 7 sword and Taoist techniques at the same time, but she still couldn't find any clues. Chen Pingan's face was gloomy, and he put his hand to his neck, still cursing. At first Xiago thought Shan was starring in her. As a result, she soon discovered blood seeping between Chen Pingan's fingers. Xiago asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Chen Pingan removed his palm and saw a scar on his neck, just like a wound forcibly strangled by an iron wire on a common man. Xiago narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have you been caught by someone, your birth date, and the natal porcelain fragments? In addition, I can be sure that the person who can shake this hand must be a 14th realm monk. It is unlikely it's that small group of old people, there are only a few of them anyway, they can be counted. If they want to take action, they would have taken action long ago, and they won't have to wait until today to deal with you." Yu Xian's gang of disciples and grandsons. They are in the mountains now, so close. The problem is that it's impossible. I've secretly turned them upside down a long time ago. With their little skills, they definitely don't have this ability. There is still someone from the 14th realm hiding very far away who secretly came here for you. Ruthless hand. Chen Pingon, I'm sorry, I can indeed cut off the cause and effect, but I still can't follow a certain line of cause and effect upstream. Chen Pingon shook his head and said, what's wrong with this? It's an underhanded trick on the mountain that's hard to guard against. You can only be more careful. Xiago hesitated for a moment but still held back his words. Such unforeseen disasters happen for a reason. Chen Pingon knew it well and didn't say anything. This matter involves Yuan Xiuxuan's fortune, and is related to a certain student Chen Pingon has recently accepted. Instead, Chen Pingon smiled and said, good thing, this just shows how strong the luck of the disciples I have accepted is. Xiago found it strange that Chen Pingon was not the type to enjoy hardships, or laugh at himself to relieve his worries. He was indeed quite happy. Xiago whispered, that boy is trying to defeat you. Chen Pingon stood up and said in high spirits, that's why I have to protect him even more. Xiago was confused. What's the point? At the same time, Chen Pingon looked at Xiago, who immediately nodded and said, I promise not to tell anyone about this. Seeing that Chen Pingon was still not satisfied, Xiago could only add weakly, okay, Shima is no exception. It wasn't until this moment that Xiago truly understood why Xiao Mo was willing to stay with this person. Chen Pingon and Xiao Mo are both strong men. Their eyes on the world are the same, both firm and gentle. Chen Pingon couldn't stand Xiago's gaze, so he had to think of a solution. Xiago, I have been pursuing Xiao Mo for 10,000 years, so I can't change my mind when I see something different. Xiago pressed the mink hat hard with both hands, making her stomp her feet in anger, and said angrily, Mountain Master, whenever you see a beautiful woman, you don't look sideways, for fear that the news will be leaked, and Ning Yaoqiu will settle the account. Why are you only doing this? When you are here alone, you dare to tease and joke casually, huh? Chen Pingon couldn't help but laugh, clasping his fists and shaking them a few times. He apologized to the girl in the mink hat. After closing the door, Chen Pingon continued to practice his sword. Mi Yu was reluctant to use the Three Mountains talisman. Anyway, the vacation given by Sect Master Cui was not short. He just wanted to visit Old Dragon City, so Mi Yu directly used his sword to cross the sea to Aquarius Continent. A great swordsman who was busy on his way was really not slow with his sword. As a result, he was intercepted halfway out of Tongyi's Hao land, and it turned out to be Chief Zhou, holding a Bai Xian in his hand. When Bai Xian saw Mi Yu's sword immortal, he just nodded and went to the next sect's chief to worship him. Mi Yu has long been accustomed to it, but Bai Xian would feel awkward if he didn't do this. While Pei Qian was busy in Dadu, Bai Xian wanted to go to Luola Mountain to see Master Chao. He hit it off with Chief Zhou, who happened to be a guest at Qingping Sword Sect's secret snow peak, and left immediately. Another visitor came to Luopa Mountain that day. Before the Taoist priest Xianwei could ask, the white-haired boy jumped out and asked with a smile, "Who is the saint? Tell me your name." But the white-haired boy was so happy. "Now our business in Luopa Mountain is really booming and we have a lot of money. This is another little golden elixir." The handsome man, who looked a little frail, clasped his fists respectfully and said, "Lingfei Palace, please be careful. This visit is because I want to have a serious question with Grandmaster Pei. It's been a long time since one carefully refined his qi. If he continues like this, he will probably be completely cut off from the Tao. He really can't do it. Every time he takes a breath and closes his eyes, all he can think of is that weird smile on his face. The more and more permeable expression on the person's face is undoubtedly a sign of the Taoist's inner demons. The ambitious Wen Qingchen didn't dare to take this kind of thing seriously, so he had to bite the bullet and come here to ask her for a boxing lesson. The white-haired boy glanced at Taoist Xian Wei. She was just a genealogist and was not responsible for entertaining guests. Besides, the guests were looking for money from Pei. If he said a few more words, he might be blamed by Xiego to the leader Gua. Xian Wei didn't know where Pei Qian was now, and he had no idea where the white-haired boy was. Wen Qingchen was even more helpless and had no choice but to ask the Taoist priest to inform him that he was looking for a place to stay in Huaihuang County in the near future and would come here frequently to bother him until Grandmaster Pei was willing to show up and agree to discuss. The white-haired boy was a little regretful. Since this golden elixir did not climb mountains, there was no way to register his name. In Changning County, the capital of Yushuan Kingdom, the woman in green skirt was really bored at the Chongyang Temple near the water, where the first come first serve moon towers were located. She wanted to go out to relax. Why not take a look at Luola Mountain? Xian Yufeng arrived at Hongzhou town. She walked through Chiduan Mountain and wandered to the gate of the mountain. The young Taoist priest who sat at the empty table with a wooden hairpin on his head brought tea. The woman in the green skirt, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly turned cold when she saw a figure. The latter was even more guilty. Just when she wanted to avoid its sharp edge, she used the 36 tactics as the best one, but the woman in the green skirt sneered. Sect Master Jiang, why are you leaving? If I remember correctly, you are the chief worshipper here and you don't want to entertain guests. Jiang Shangzhen felt helpless, so he could only float to the ground obediently, and put on a smile. When we meet again after a long separation, we are confused by our dreams at first sight, and our appearance remains the same after we say goodbye. Time has treated Ms. Xiao very well. Bai Xian and Mi Yu were both curious. This woman in green skirt who used a blinding trick is Xiao Pu, one of the candidate leaders of cherry green clothes. Jiang Shangzhen had never provoked her, but in his early years in Luzhou, Beiju, when he was young and ignorant, he had some misunderstandings with one of her, oh no, two close friends. As for this Ms. Xiao, her ancestral home is Yangzhou, an ancient dynasty in the Middle-earth Divine Continent. Hey, Ms. Xiao's face is so thin that it's hard to shed tears, and her peach-leaf eyebrows are easy to feel sad. Why do you have the appearance and demeanor of a 90-year-old assassin? Why is Xiao Nyang a female assassin? Young people know nothing. Xiao Nyang has this status, so she must not be extra glorious. She must be 95. Xiao Pu sneered again and again, as if he didn't want to stay with Jiang Shangzhen for a moment longer, and actually got up and left directly. Jiang Shangzhen was confused. What was she doing here? Could it be that he has already met the mountain master? Without thinking about whether these were all there, Jiang Shangzhen asked with a smile, Master Xian Wei, where is Brother Defeng? Xian Wei smiled and said, he is now teaching boxing at Tiaoyu Mountain every day, so he moved there to live. Jiang Shangzhen and Xian Wei looked at each other, nodded, and went to join the group with their arms around each other. Whether you are guarding the gate or not, the mountain gate is there. Miyu hikes up mountains and is not very interested in watching flowers through the looking glass. Bai Xian went directly to the sword worship platform. Those who are busy with work must reward themselves. First, have a pot of wolfberry tea, and then go to Chenlingjun to reminisce about the past. Putting his hands behind his back, as if he was patrolling the territory, Bai Xian widened his eyes and asked, Old deaf boy, please slap yourself a few times. Am I dreaming? Jiang Shangzhen can watch Flowers in the Mirror, and there are more than 50 scenes where Jing Dafeng and Chenlingjun have been involved. Chief Shou's family fortune is bottomless. For example, in the current scene, there is a fat woman with heavy makeup, whom Jiang Shangjin calls Sister Jean O. She admires Wei Jin and Wei Daijiangxian of Fengshui Temple the most. The second in line is Brother Jiang, who doesn't know his name but only his surname. Wei Jianxian relies on his face, and Brother Jiang relies on his pocket. Jiang Shangjin originally wanted to chat a few more naughty words, but another drama had already begun. He quickly threw down a small summer coin and apologized to Sister Jean O, saying that the maid of his roommate had covered the quilt with heat. Brother Jiang went to also. There is a loose sect called Daojiang sect, with monks from 3 continents including Tongye continent, their hometown, Luzhou, their second hometown, Beiju, and Alpine continent, where their own sect is located. There is a Bangluo Zhenjuan who claims to have a blood feud with Jiang Shangjin. After all the hard work, relying on diligence, crazy spending of money and all kinds of crazy dog bites, he finally got to the high position of the third in command. Climb 2 more steps, and our second seat, Jiang, will become the leader of the clan and take the top spot. When Jiang Shangjin opened the mirror in a hurry, he heard someone ridiculing the thief Jiang that he was an embroidered pillow, with a deep and short hair, and a whip that could not reach him. Some people were cursing the thief Jiang for not being able to earn half a copper coin anymore. He got up early in the morning to pick up dung and was starved for 3 days. No shit. Jiang Shangjin immediately threw down several Xiaoshu coins and cheered repeatedly. When he heard the familiar voice of Zhenju and Bangluo, he really felt like he was the backbone and the backbone. All of a sudden, they spent money just to shout out compliments. The wise and divine warriors of true Lord Jiang Zishi were destroyed. The woman who was the chief worshipper of the Daojiang sect smashed several small summer coins in one breath and said in a fierce voice, "I will one day chop off the extra stuff in that guy's crotch and make it into wine." In other places, if a woman said such words, it would be like injuring the enemy by 1,000 and losing 800 by herself. But it was different for Jiang Zong. Immediately, people started throwing money and cheering. The woman threw another small summer coin and asked with a smile, "If Xinjuan is defeated, are you playing an empty city trick with me?" Jiang Shangjin quickly removed the mirror and silently said, "Don't panic." They were taught boxing by Grandmaster Pei himself, and they walked 6 steps for 2 hours that day. Now the 8 of them practice boxing even more diligently, and when they learn boxing from Master Tsin, they feel a bit awestruck. On the other side of the mountain behind Luola Mountain, there lived a pair of young Chao Yin and a young girl Chao Yang, children of the Chao family of the Shangzhou kingdom. One was named Fengxing and the other was nicknamed Wudong. Chao Yin is a swordsman who is a bottleneck in the Sevuing realm, and Chao Yang has just reached the 5th realm. They came here to see some friends in Tiaoyu Mountain today. Chao Yin and a pair of siblings and a pair of brothers and sisters are all related by relatives. A pair of siblings, Ding Yao practices cultivation, and Ding Yao learns martial arts. Wu Shani and Wu Long were both brothers and sisters, and both studied martial arts. The Ding and Wu families are both related by marriage to the Chao family, which is certainly a high achievement. It is normal for wealthy families to intermarry. Ichi Lane and Cheer Street in Dali capital have always maintained a tacit understanding that there are almost no marriages between 2 people with surnames from the Shangzhou kingdom. There are occasional exceptions, but they do not dare to make a big deal about it. I wish I could skip all the complicated etiquette and just throw it into the bridal chamber. Chao Yin is not worried that there will be cuts in Luola Mountain. The man in Qianlu Street is in urgent need of help. Qiao Xingbao. Master Zheng probably didn't wash his feet all year round. When he was not teaching boxing, he would sit on the bench, take off his cloth shoes, and pick his feet. Because Master Zheng was sure that he was a real expert with a lot of knowledge, there were still a few teenagers who were willing to squat aside and ask some questions about boxing techniques. All of them felt that learning boxing was not easy. Zheng Dafeng answered a few questions casually, and suddenly handed his hand to a young man named Wu Shange. "Smell it, is it hot and sour? Or is it fragrant?" Wu Shange rolled and crawled away, but Master Zheng said from behind, "Watch where the little thief is going." Here, Chao Yin chatted for a while with Mr. Zheng, whom he was very familiar with, and then reminisced about old times with Wu Shange and the others before taking Chao Yang elsewhere. Zheng Dafeng smiled at a silent young man beside him and said, "The boxing is my own boxing. Don't fight for 3 inches of energy or make the young man's head turn gray." Chen Lingjun learned that Bai Xian had returned to Luopa Mountain. While going to the sword worship platform to find Bai Xian, he secretly informed Pei Qian. In Luola Mountain, no one loses in terms of seniority. If we talk about the iron bones and the thin sky, the little boy in green clothes is the best one compared to me. Speaking of Chiden's loyalty. The white-haired boy who likes to speak of the Yingguan ancestor also has a few brushes. As for Bai Xian, after all, he is still young, so he is still a little behind in his ability. Grandmaster Zhong Qianzhong, the best martial artist in the world in Lotus Root Blessed Land, and Mayumi the Great Sword Immortal, it can be said that they hit it off. It's probably a case of heroes cherishing heroes. Lying on a chair and enjoying the sun. When it was time to eat, they went to the old cook's place. Zhong Qian made a few picks and made an appointment about which dishes to cook for the next meal and what wine to drink for supper tonight. In the twilight of this day, on the steps of the main road of Jilin Peak, Mi Yu and Jiang Shangzhen grabbed one of Xiao Mili's little hands respectively, and they helped her hold the golden pole and the green bamboo stick. Xiao Mili grinned and was as big as a dustpan, laughing and flying. Flying. Let's go to the top of the mountain together. On the top of the mountain, a Taoist priest from Yuhua Mountain who was enjoying the scenery couldn't help but ask, "Who is Mi Jianxian?" Another Taoist priest from the Douran sect asked, "Dare he be Mr. Jiang, the leader of the Jade Gui sect?" Miyu was too lazy to reply. Miyu didn't mind being scolded by his own family as Mi Jianxian. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and nodded. Mi Jianxian belongs to the Qingping Sword sect, and I am the chief minister of Luopa Mountain. I cannot afford to be disrespectful to outsiders. Xiaomi Li quickly asked Chief Shou and Yumi to put him down, and with a straight face, he had a decent Taoist inspection with the immortal elders. The Taoist priests couldn't help but look at the little girl in black a few more times. When she saluted like this, almost all the Taoist priests returned the salute, except for a young man with a stern face who remained silent. Miyu glanced at the young man, Jiang Shangzhen smiled, and neither of them said anything. How could Xiao Mili care about these details? She was too busy having fun. In addition to Fuyao Lu, which is temporarily used as a dojo, and the bamboo building at Jilin Peak, Chen Pingon actually has a private house, but he never lives there. Whether he studies or sleeps, he still chooses to stay on the first floor of the bamboo house. Today, the house is a bit lively, because the owner of the mountain said that he would entertain guests here, so Nuanshu was busy in the kitchen, preparing ingredients. The stove was filled with various dishes and condiments, and a handful of millet grains were held in his hands. The bamboo fire blower was sitting on a small bench, shaking her head and grinning. She was familiar with it first and practiced it. She was already in place and ready to start work at any time. As half the host, the boy in green would go to the Shinto mountain road from time to time to take a look. Not only was he worried that the brother Yujiang water god would be delayed on the way, but he was even more afraid that the master of the mountain who was still studying on the first floor of the bamboo house had a heavy workload and would regret it temporarily. If you say you can't come, you won't come. You can, the water of the river, was flattered and had to cheer up. After all, he was going to go up the mountain to the water god, and the top of that mountain was called Luopa Mountain. Just because Chen Lingjun sent a letter to King Jianshui Mansion yesterday, saying that he wanted to invite him to the mountain for a drink. He agreed on an hour, but did not say the specific reason. Today you can change into several clothes early in the morning, including the immortal family's robe, the water god's official uniform, and the scribe's attire, but he was not satisfied with anything. Even if he was ordered to enter the palace and meet His Majesty the Emperor Huang Tinghua, Yuken was far from being so nervous. Yujiang is one of the main water veins in the Huangting Kingdom after Hanshijiang. As the master of Qingjian Palace, Yuken has a divine status of 5th rank in the Golden and Jade genealogy compiled by the Ministry of Rites of the Great Li Dynasty. Because the Baihu River has recently annexed the Taikuan River upstream, the water goddess Shaowan, known as Kana, is now from the 5th level, but compared to Yujiang, she still has a little less background. These water gods who are qualified to open palaces are of the same rank as the 5 mountain lords of Huangting Kingdom. They used to go to Huangting Kingdom's palace, saying it was for an audience, but in fact it was just like visiting. After all, let alone the emperor sitting on the dragon's throne, I have already met countless of the emperor's fathers and grandfathers who lay in the imperial mausoleum, and they are the gods of mountains and rivers. What court anecdotes and shady palace secrets have Yuken and Shaowan never seen or heard of? Yuken left the water mansion and used his natal water magic power. He saw the waves of the river rolling violently. It was as if he had the help of a god. The water pushed the waves over and over again, with thunderous momentum. The waves roared like snowflakes. When they reached the edge of the Yujiang River, they rose. Yuken hid his body in a cloud of green water, and traveled far away in the mist. When he approached the mountain in the west, he pressed the cloud head according to the rules and revealed his body. Because there was a peace and quiet plaque issued by the Ministry of Justice hanging on his waist, a lot of customs procedures can be avoided. Arriving at the boundary of Longquan County with great hesitation, he honestly reported to a Taoist priest at the gate of Lola Mountain. A white-haired boy suddenly popped out of nowhere, claiming to be a noble genealogist, recording someone's visit to Luoluo Mountain on a certain day in a certain year and month. Yuken hurriedly reported the name of Shuifu. The white-haired boy recorded everything in the book, but it was concise and to the point, without too much questioning. He said in an old-fashioned way, Chen Lingjun had already greeted me in Taoist Master Xian Wei, so it's accurate. You go up the mountain. Yuken bit the bullet and apologized to the genealogy official and the gatekeeper wearing a wooden hairpin and a Taoist robe. He flicked his sleeves and pulled out a finely carved pocket model of the pointing general stand. As he fell to the ground, 2 slender rainbow lights swept out from the emerald-pointed general platform, and 2 burly and majestic armored generals appeared in an instant. They were the same size as ordinary men. They came to stand behind the palace master Yukansis, or pressing the handle of the knife, or holding the long sword, each holding their breath and concentrating. The white-haired boy was stunned for a moment at this wonderful show of the water god's command of troops on the battlefield, and then burst into laughter. Well, there are 2 more masters. The white-haired boy was about to take out the paper and pen book again, and Yuken quickly explained, this immortal, they don't climb the mountain with the little god, they only wait at the foot of the mountain, and don't dare to bother the immortal to waste pen and ink. The shrimp soldiers, crab generals, turtle prime minister, and the female ghost Narcissus and the pretty palace maiden are almost the standard features of the officials of the Aquarius Continent Water Palace. The general in charge of the army on the left-hand side of Yukan, the master of Qingjian Mansion, is Huang Jia, leading 800 Yangqing crab yellow-robed soldiers. The man on the right, Hong Zhou, commanded 2,000 elite soldiers who pretended to be Shui soldiers. The so-called elite means that they are good at persuading people to drink, and they are also energetic and unstoppable when drinking. In short, they are all good players at the wine table. Huang Jia and Hong Zhou, one admired Chen Jianxian for his heroic feats at Jingyang Mountain and felt relieved, while the other admired Chen Shanzhu and became a hidden official of the Jianqi Great Wall. They all dreamed of meeting Qin Pingan, so when they heard that Yu Mansion was visiting Luopa Mountain, the two generals from Yujiang, who were not shy on the battlefield or at the wine table, found Yu Can together and worshipped him without saying a word. Yu Zhu knelt on the ground, begging the master of the palace to show mercy and take them to Luola Mountain. How could Yu Can dare to agree to this casually? The two beloved generals began to count the contributions they had made for Yujiang and how much blood they had shed. Talking about the depth of love, Hongzhou had a tragic look on his face. He took off his armor and tore off his clothes, revealing his trembling fat body. He finally found those scars. Huang Jia, who was lying on the ground at that time, raised his head and glanced at his colleagues, then quickly lowered his head, trying not to laugh out loud. Maybe Hongzhou also felt that it was not right, so he tugged on some rags on his body to cover up a little bit. After all, Yu Can was loyal, so he gritted his teeth and used a trick, using the commanding platform that was the treasure of the town, to smuggle them here. Anyway, I just put these two close friends at the foot of the mountain, look at the mountain gate archway, and look at the majestic sky of Luola Mountain. This is enough to satisfy your eyes. What's more, they themselves knew what was going on, so they went up the mountain to drink with Mr. Yu Fu. That is something we never dare to hope for. The kid in green clothes ran all the way down the mountain, very happy. Now his face was bright. He would go to Yujiang Water Mansion to beg for a few more bowls of wine without feeling guilty. He jumped over the mountain gate archway, and immediately bumped into the Yujiang Water God brother, and the two fools who often sat under the table with him to drink. Chen Lingjun crackled a big drink, as if lighting up firecrackers. Old Yu, why are you here so early? There's still half an hour left. Huangde, you are still the same as before. You are so powerful and majestic. You stand upright with your fists and run with your arms. You are so envious of this tender body. Hong Er, your face is red. Those sisters-in-law are willing to let you go. Finally, have you taken care of your kidneys? Are you unjust and treat the brothers who burned yellow paper and cut off the chicken heads to worship the master as brothers? Wow, the water house is only a few steps away from my home in Luopa Mountain. I have been practicing hard in the past few years, so I have been really busy, but I don't have time to visit you. Is that the reason why you two don't come to see me? Ha! Ha! After all, we were at the foot of Luola Mountain. Yu Can had to hold back a little and said softly, Ling Jun, Huang Jia and Hongzhou are not going up the mountain today. They will just wait here at the entrance of the mountain. I will never embarrass you. The two Shuifu generals were really forthright and not pretentious. They each stretched out a big palm, as if signaling to the kid in green clothes, twisted their wrists, slapped them back and forth, and then without saying a word, one of them grabbed him. The boy in green pulled one shoulder towards the table. Since he still had a while before going up the mountain to drink with the master of the palace, let's talk more about old times. Chen Lingjun raised his arms high and waved, and immediately Taoist Master Xianwei looked attentive and brought tea. This is called tacit understanding and pomp. Taoist Xianwei couldn't help laughing. Regarding this matter, Jingqing, how many times did you have to force yourself to practice yesterday? Pindao is actually very good at observing words and expressions. The little girl in black ran all the way with her head down, her legs like wheels, and hurried down the mountain to report an important piece of information to Jingqing. Chen Lingjun blinked and Xiao Mili nodded vigorously. It was absolutely true. The good mountain master said it himself. If he lied about the military situation, he would have pickled fish tonight. Chen Lingjun then laughed with Yu Can and the others and said, Brothers, let's go up the mountain to drink together. Yu Can couldn't believe it, and Hongzhou and Huang Jia, two tough guys, looked at each other. The three of them followed Chen Lingjun to a house, and saw a middle-aged man wearing a green shirt and long coat, with a gentle expression and his hands in his sleeves, standing at the door of a house. Yukan and others didn't know how to enter the house. Chen Lingjun hesitated to speak, but the mountain master just rubbed his head. After everyone was seated, Chen Pingon personally made tea to entertain the guests and said with a smile, "The food and wine will have to wait a while, let's drink tea first." Yukan's face was stiff, and he nodded numbly and said yes. The two Shuifu generals were even more tense and their voices were like mosquitoes. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "I heard Chen Lingjun say a long time ago that Mr. Yes' dream is to have a sword gourd in his left hand and a sword gourd in his right hand. There are actually two famous people outside the mountain in Luopa Mountain. In addition to Xiahozan, the genius brother of Xingyang Mountain, and Yukan, the of river water in Huangtinghua. During the last Beiyue Realm Landscape Spiritual Assessment, Tiger King Weibo, as the examiner, changed the name of the Yuzheng Qingjian Water Mansion from B to B. Although it was only a step up, the whole water mansion was filled with joy as if it were a funeral for a concubine. The favored generals under his command are constantly fawning over each other, saying that this means that someone in the court can be an official. We, Lord Yu, have someone above us. There's more than one. However, Yukan knew that he was suffering. Wei Shanjun, now he should be called Wei Shanjun, had personally beaten himself. He did not say harsh words. It was indeed unnecessary. It was just that Yukan had been involved in the officialdom of Shanshui for many years. How could he do it? Can't hear some hidden meanings. Therefore, Palace Master Yu was walking on thin ice this time when he went up the mountain. He was even prepared for the worst-case scenario of being scolded by Chen Jianxian face to face. Chen Pingon handed them a cup of tea, and the millet grains immediately followed the melon seeds. Chen Pingon asked with a smile, "Master Yu, do you have any thoughts on the investigation of the mountains and rivers gods of the Dali Imperial Court? Today is just a family affair. There is a saying in my hometown that having a good neighbor is like picking up a piece of gold for nothing. You Palace Master, General Hong and General Huang, there is no need to be nervous." Yukan took the teacup with both hands and glanced at Shanju Qin carefully. From the corner of his eye, he saw the boy in green nodding vigorously towards him. Perhaps he was encouraging himself to speak boldly and tell everything he knew. Yukan said in a trembling voice, "The pressure of one review in 10 years is really too much. If it is changed to one review in Jiazi, we can take a breather. Moreover, just 10 years is too short for the gods of mountains and rivers. Well, even if we adopt a compromise approach, it would be good to have one review every 30 years. Chen Pingon nodded and said, "That makes sense." The expressions of the two Shuifu generals changed drastically. Almost at the same time, they stretched out their feet and kicked the master of their palace under the table. Those are the rules set by Cui Guosher himself in the Great Li dynasty of the suzerain country. Even if Cui Guosher is Chen Jiangxian's senior brother, then palace master, you shouldn't say that even more. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Then let's change it to one review every 30 years. The gods of the country's mountains and rivers may all have to thank Palace Master Yu." Yukan and others were completely dumbfounded. Of course we know that Mr. Chen Jianxian is a master of swordsmanship, profound knowledge, and a great background. But for such a huge matter involving the fundamental national policy of the Dali dynasty, not to mention the northern Yue Shinjun, I am afraid that even the Song family of Dali has no say. His Majesty, the Emperor, had to weigh again and again, and go through many discussions in the imperial study room before he could reach a conclusion. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Don't talk about this." After drinking tea and eating a meal, they actually didn't drink much. Let alone trying to persuade them to drink. To be honest, it would be inappropriate for Yukan and the others to take the initiative to toast twice. But after a few glasses of wine, they finally became less restrained and felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Moreover, Chen Jianxian really had no airs and was not pretending to be approachable. Yu Kan and the others were just afraid of the legendary Chen Jianxian. They are not fools. Is it true that, as Chen Lingjun said, they are in such a state of poverty that as long as they sit on the table, they have no realm? Chen Pingan stood up, smiled and sent them to the door, saying that he would go to Qingjian Water Mansion for a drink if he had the chance, and he would have a great time next time. Nuan Shu and Xiaomi Li cleaned up the dishes, and the boy and Xing Yi walked all the way to the mountain gate, and then Yufeng returned. The master of the mountain was still in the kitchen helping to clean up the dishes. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I made some good friends." Busy Nuanshu smiled and pursed his lips. Xiaomi Li said, "Good Lord Mountain, go ahead and I'll help Sister Nuanshu." "Hey, you're spotless." Following the mountain master out of the house, the boy in green apologized, "Master, you find it annoying, right?" Chen Pingan chuckled softly and said, "If you are bothered by this, how can you be the master of the mountain and the shopkeeper? Besides, no matter how busy I am, I can't support you." Chen Lingjun chuckled. Chen Pingan stood at the door and said with a smile, "Everything is approaching, and there are thousands of clues. It's like an army approaching the city. I must fight one against 10,000. Ah. It can't be all about this skill, but it can't be done without it. Living in the mountains to practice qi and practicing Taoism, and being in the world and sharpening one's mind are all indispensable practices." Oh. A chestnut was knocked so hard that the boy in blue immediately held his head in his hands. Chen Pingan laughed angrily and said, "Call Xiaomi Li over here, you go to the kitchen to help." Chen Lingjun threw down his sleeves and swaggered back to the kitchen. Xiaomi Li ran out, looking confused. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Let's entertain guests together. If we don't meet and bump into each other, it will be really unreasonable." Xiaomi Li thought for a while and decided to take off her beloved cotton satchel, so as not to make people look childish and bring shame to the good mountain master. Unexpectedly, Chen Pingan squatted down and patted his neck. Xiaomi Li scratched her face and hugged the good mountain master's neck. Chen Pingan stood up and walked towards the adjacent Yajing houses. Riding on Chen Pingan's neck, Xiaomi Li whispered, "When you get to the door, put me down, and the good mountain master will knock on the door again." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you doesn't think this is necessary?" "Wow, that sounds domineering." "That's necessary, I'm an old man." The big water monster from Mute Lake, who lives in Luola Mountain, placed his hands on Chen Haoran's head. Sword of Coming Chapter 1231. Chapter 1231. Chen Daoyu closed the door to entertain guests. Chen Pingan asked Xiaomi Li to knock on the door. The person who hurried to open the door was a young female crown wearing a purple robe. She seemed to be the disciple of one of Shui Tianjin's disciples. So, she was visiting Luo Luoshan with this time. Among the Taoist priests, he is the one with the lowest seniority. It seems that the Taoist rules of Faxian Palace are not light. Zhu Zisho was stunned for a moment when he saw a big one and a small one outside the door. The first moment was that he finally saw the thunderous Shanju Qin, and the second moment was that the little girl in black was riding on Shanju Chen's neck. Over in the hall of this mansion, several Taoist priests frowned slightly when they saw the scene outside the door, but soon became calm. Since they are here to be guests in Luola Mountain, the host should be casual and informal. It is not easy for them to make irresponsible remarks when they are guests. Zhu Zisho hurriedly bowed to the Taoist sect, not caring whether Master Qin returned the salute. She turned sideways and lowered her head to get out of the way. When Chen Pingan crossed the threshold, Xiaomi Li's face had already turned red and he gently patted the good man mountain master on the head, but Chen Pingan smiled and said he was not in a hurry. Chen Pingan, intentionally or unintentionally, slowed down a little. Seeing that Zhu Zishou showed no sign of following, Chen Pingan continued to move forward. He walked out for 10 steps before the young female crown behind him moved. When they arrived at the door of the hall, Chen Pingan put down the millet grains. Zhu Zishou hesitated for a moment and waited outside. Unexpectedly, the man in green shirt turned his head and stretched out his palm to signal fellow Taoists to go ahead. Zhu Zishou then blushed and panicked. Quickly crossing the threshold, he returned to his seat closest to the door and stood there. Chen Pingan held his fists and said with a smile, "Chen Pingan from Luola Mountain has seen all the Taoist masters." When Zhu Zishou opened the door, about half of the Taoist priests had already stood up from their chairs. When Chen Pingan crossed the threshold and passed by Zhu Zishou, more Taoist priests stood up one after another. Until Chen Pingan came to the door of the hall, only the next young Taoist priest still sat still. When Chen Pingan signed up for his number, he slowly stood up, still a beat slower than everyone else, and returned a scrawled bow. The main room is spacious enough to accommodate a dozen chairs. The 2 chairs are still empty, so they are naturally prepared for the real owner of the mountain. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "You're welcome, let's sit down and chat." Lifting up his green shirt and long coat, slightly exposing the pair of cloth shoes on his feet, Chen Pingan slowly sat down, sitting opposite Shuizhisue, with millet grains and the young Taoist priest sitting opposite each other. Chen Pingan reached out and patted the shoulder of Xiao Mili next to him, and introduced with a smile, "She is the protector of our Luola mountain, Xiao Mili, and she has no name yet. So next time I go to the Zhongtu Confucian temple, I will ask for help. Xing Shiping can help her choose a better Taoist name." Xiao Mili was holding her cotton satchel with one hand and gently scratching her face with the other hand. She was embarrassed, really embarrassed. She was so embarrassed that the table was so big. Shuizhisue nodded to the worshipper who protected the mountain and said some kind words. Pindao would like to wish Zhou worship a good Taoist title. Xue Tianjun introduced the Taoist priests on his side. Many Taoist priests suddenly realized that it was no wonder Mi Yu and Jiang Shangjin loved this little girl so much. It turned out that she was a hidden mountain priest. The larger the sect and the immortal mansion, the more aloof and distinguished the guardians and worshippers are. For example, in the Celestial Master's mansion in Longhu Mountain, isn't there a 10-tailed celestial fox named Lianjin? As the authentic ancestral Taofu Mountain, a total of 4 Taoist priests came this time. A Taoist genius from Hebei Peak, a Xiangtong with a young Taoist appearance, her master is Yang Xianbao. She has a very special status. She was formerly Yu Xian's founding disciple. She was reincarnated by Bingjie. Yu Xian personally found her in the mountain and took her in again. He is a direct disciple, so Yang Xianbao has been the master of Hebei Peak for 2 generations. Yang Xianbao, who has a withdrawn personality, has devoted himself to Taoism for 2,000 years, and has only one direct disciple like Xiangtong. Therefore, the young man has followed the master many times and went to Yunmeng Cave to practice Taoism. Yang Xianbao even invited the master to visit Hebei many times. Feng personally taught Xiangtong the Taoism of talisman. Therefore, in Taofu Mountain, Xiangtong is famous for his seniority, talent, and vision. In addition, the 3 most famous adjacent peaks of Taofu Mountain, the first peak, the second peak, and the third peak. Their names may seem careless, but they mean a lot. This time, there is one person from each, Liang Chaoguan, Wenxia, and Xie Shan. 2 female Taoist priests are not very old, and they are candidates for the peak master at a young age. Shangzong Yuhua Mountain, also known as Lushan, is the main path. Only a young Taoist named Dao Ding came here. He was born in the blessed land of Taijian and has mixed knowledge. He is recognized as an all-rounder on the mountain. He can learn everything in one go. Yes, you will be fine in a while. Xiaozong Feixian Palace, the palace owner Shuizhisui, whose Taoist name is Jie. This Taoist heavenly lord is one of the 6 direct descendants of Yu Xian. Therefore, during this trip, he has the highest seniority, realm, and status, and he is responsible for protecting the Tao. Shuizhisui took 2 of them and passed them on to his disciple Lu Biyu. Zhu Zishou was the disciple of a certain junior sister of Lu Biyu. Wang Tingji, the Taoist priest in charge of the Do-Ran sect, brought 2 direct disciples of the head brother Mei Jin, Tamong and Bai Feng. Only one Taoist priest came to Jingwei Temple, Li Muzhou. He was a disciple of Taoist Ku, and was a fellow disciple of Zhao Wenmin, the previous temple master. When Shuizhisui introduced them one by one, some stood up, some nodded, some smiled, and some simply closed their eyes to rest. In fact, there are 2 young Taoist priests, but they are not on the mountain at the moment. Kong Huan and Wang Gua went to the small town together early in the morning. Shuizhisui used a talisman to inform them that Lord Chen Shan had come to visit him in person, but the 2 Taoist priests ignored him at all. Shuizhisui did not force them to rush back to Jiling Peak. Kong Huan and Wang Gua came from the vassal sects of Yuhua Mountain and Do-Ran sect. There are about 20 such vassal palaces and immortal sects, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and a lot of land gods. It can be seen from this that the talisman Yu Xian is such a huge thing and how flourishing it is. Chen Pingan had actually already flipped through the booklet of a certain genealogy compiler, but he still patiently listened to Shui Tianjin's introduction. After Shuizhisui finished his introduction, he looked at Shanzhu Chen opposite with a smile. This is the general way of dealing between sects and genealogy monks on Haoran Mountain. Chen Pingan immediately caught up with the words and said with a smile, "Your sect is one of the major Taoist sects that is well known all over the world. Our Luopa Mountain is just a small sect that has just made some progress. Senior Yu asked you to come here for a tour this time. Ping Pai Xinghui, as a junior, I am sincerely afraid. I am not only afraid of treating you Taoist nobles lightly, but also afraid of using too much etiquette, which will be unbeautiful. If you did not come out of seclusion, it should go to Nujiadu to you in person. For those who have come up the mountain, a banquet will be laid out to welcome you to the wind and wash away the dust." Shuizhisui smiled and said, "How can we be worthy of Shanzhu Qin to mobilize troops and mobilize people like this? We, Taoists, live in seclusion in the mountains and devote ourselves to cultivation. The world is huge and the world is not as big as seclusion. Shanzhu Qin can take the time to see you today, which has surprised us. Very happy. The next step is for you to say whether you have been to such and such a mountain, and I will say that I have been. The scenery is quite good and the features are rare to see elsewhere. You tell me how ancient the monument is at the entrance to a certain Taoist temple in Feixian Palace, and I tell you where it is. Shanzhu Qin is welcome to go there to carve the monument when he has time. You can ignore the fact that outsiders are banned from copying it all year round. In short, it is reciprocating kindness and reciprocating courtesy, which is good for both parties." Despite the harmonious chat between Master Qin and Palace Master Shui, they would have to drink several glasses of wine and drink tea with several pots of boiling water to avoid being thirsty. The drowsy Taoist Ding, who was struggling to regain his energy, slightly raised his eyelids when Chen Pingan sat down and began to speak. As he listened, he seemed to be getting sleepier. He shrank his neck and spoke briefly. He adjusted and found a more comfortable sitting position, or sleeping position. In fact, this young Taoist priest who was born in Taijian blessed land is not considered young in terms of real age. After all, he has 200 years of Taoism. But if you include the immortal realm he has just entered, he seems too young. However, this person is in Chen before Ping An entered the door. He could be said to be one of the most polite Taoist priests. But when Chen Ping An opened his mouth, he felt bored. The Luola mountain that I longed for turned out to be just that, and the young hermit official who was fascinated by it was also a common person. A trip in vain. The Xiangtung sat sideways on the chair, held his chin with one hand, and yawned, but at least he didn't make any sound. Bai Feng was bored, raised his feet and touched them lightly. I wonder if Wang Guo will bring some delicious food back to the mountain during this trip. If I had known, I would have accompanied her to Huaihuang County. Wang Tingji, Liang Chaoguan, Xia Shan, they are all fine. After all, they have seen many similar scenes. Maybe in another scenario, Wang Tingji, the founder of the Douran sect, and Liang Chaoguan, the first peak of Taofu Mountain, might be the first to greet each other. Wenxia, who came from the lineage of Erhe Peak, was full of energy. From the moment Shanju Chen appeared, her eyes never left the man in green shirt. To Fushan, together with the other 4 sects, plus those vassal sects, conferring Taoist priests and immortal descendants of various sects, servants, and a number of resident Taoist priests in vassal palaces and temples, there are as many as 50 or 60,000 people. There are those good people who are full of food and have nothing to do, so they selected a few Fingyi female crowns who are the most popular. She has 2 very close friends, senior sister Yuoshan and junior sister Jing Weiguan. They are on that list. The people on the list were all famous beauties. When they heard that they were coming to Luoluo Mountain in Aquarius Continent, they almost went crazy when they could see Chen Ping gone. They found Wenxia by chance, their eyes were shining, they were scrambling for the first place, and they were talking non-stop. One senior sister secretly gave Wenxia a fan, telling her that she would secretly turn on the mirror flowers and water moon when she got to Luopa Mountain. If she happened to be there, I met Chen Pingon on the road. It would be best if I could chat with him for a few words. She would definitely shed tears of gratitude, and she would be grateful. Are you a nymphomaniac? The question is, are you that? She wasn't sure about this before coming here, but now that she saw Chen Pingan's demeanor and face at close range, Wenxia wanted to tell the 2 nymphos that she really didn't mean it. He just said Chen Pingan's aggressive opening remarks, maybe he wanted to give them a blow. Why should I go to the Confucian temple and find the Buddhist scholar Shi Ping to choose a Taoist title for my own guardian mountain? When Xia almost laughed out loud on the spot. She had to hold back hard to avoid revealing her secret. She found it ridiculous, but she was inevitably disappointed. How was this different from the kind of monk who went out to show off how happy he was chatting with so and so when he was a guest at a certain peak in Taofu Mountain? I remember that when I was young, I traveled with my master and uncle, and passed by a time-honored sect with a long history. The sect leader, who had a good appearance and good looks, was chatting and said something about the last time I had a drink with fellow Taoist you. Master is okay, just smile and listen. What's more, the other party is not lying, it is indeed true. Uncle Yi stood up and left the table on the spot, without giving any face to the immortal. The problem is that even when Xia, the always unsmiling and strict Uncle Yi Dan, ranked second on the list, second only to Yang Xianbao of Hebei Peak, became weird. Shuazai, Master Yi, is as bright and pure as practice. She is talking about her Uncle Yi, who has not had a Taoist partner yet, and has even rejected several men in the upper 5 realms. Yi Dan was refining a treasure talisman given by the patriarch himself. It was said to be an ancient relic, and its Taoism was as high as that of the patriarch Yu Xian. He just refined it to a higher level. Legend has it that once it was sacrificed, the talisman came out like a dragon. There is a saying that Qing Ling is 30,000 feet tall. Uncle Yi had told her to go to the Luo Luo mountain to see what kind of person he was. When you return to the second peak, remember to let us know. In the second peak, as long as Yi Dan is willing to talk, he is more effective than the peak master. Of course Wenxia didn't dare to take it seriously, so she was looking forward to meeting Qin Pingon more than anyone else during this mountaineering trip. In the dense bamboo forest behind the second peak, facing the green mountains like a wall, the beauty leans alone against the secluded bamboo. The female crown lives in a secluded place, with yellow scrolls and green lanterns, windows and shadows. The wind blows through the bamboo forest and the ghosts whisper in the mountains. It's obviously a dojo, but because the owner has a cold temperament and keeps the door closed all the year round, it feels like a spooky ghost house. When Master Yi was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, he had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Wen Xia knew that. She also knew that he had been to the battlefield and was attacked by wild monsters. Master Yi was seriously injured because of this. It's just that happened hundreds of years ago. Logically speaking, there should be no intersection with Qin Pingon, who was lucky enough to be the last hidden official of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Since you have never been masked before, why should you pay so much attention to it? Wen Xia sighed in her heart, probably because she had never seen someone as aloof as Master Yi, so she was curious about Qin Pingon. Wen Xia guessed that what Uncle Yi really cared about was not Qin Pingon at all, but the Great Wall of Sword Qi with that place name, and the hidden official with that title. If this is the case, we can somewhat understand Uncle Yi's abnormal behavior. Tamiya put his hands in his sleeves and seemed to be looking ahead, quietly listening to the nonsense of Qin Shanju and Xue Tianjun. In fact, the Taoist priest had already wandered thousands of miles, his hands were hidden in his sleeves, he kept kneading, and he was quietly doing his Taoist exercises. If we talk about Shangzong Yuhua Mountain, the purpose of Taoism is to collect all the talismans from all over the world and strive to win by quantity without any defects. Then the Do-Ran sect, one of the lower sects, just takes the word gong. All the secret talismans of the Patriarch Hall, without exception, are all used in an offensive way. As the direct descendant of Meijin, the leader of the Do-Ran sect, Tamiya and his junior sister Bai Feng have completely different paths of cultivation. The latter is extremely talented and can rely on eating talismans to improve his spiritual practice. No one can envy him, so Bai Feng is also the most idle person in the entire Do-Ran sect, bar none. However, Tamiya is obsessed with drawing talismans and treats seclusion as eating and drinking. Master Meijin needs to arrange a guardian for his disciples. He only does one thing all year round, which is to remind Tamiya from time to time that it is time to leave seclusion. After resting for a while, you don't need to be so focused on cultivating. You can be more lazy. Since the mountains and rivers in the Middle-earth Divine Continent are almost complete, you can go to other continents to enjoy the mountains and rivers, such as the Lingbao in Nanbosu Continent. The talismans of his sect are not bad. Patriarch Yu often said that the Taoist talismans of the Lingbao sect are actually underestimated by everyone. Their methods are inherited from ancient times, and their Tao has a long history. As long as you are a talisman painter Taoist priests, don't miss it when passing by. Tamiya didn't take this seriously. He hadn't finished learning the great talisman yet, so he was going to Nanpajuo Continent or visiting the Lingbao sect. This kind of sacrifice of the near for the distant will only make you further away from the great road. Going around the road is a waste of time and is destined to outweigh the gains. His master, the master, had nothing to do about it, but he probably deeply believed in what his proud disciple said. After confirming that Lord Haran Mountain was not busy at the moment, Xiao Mili quickly asked in a tentative voice, "Master Haran Mountain, what is the name of that Chinese Earth Confucian temple? It can't be true, right?" She doesn't want a nickname, she just wants to be the dumb lake monster when outsiders mention her, that's all. If she has a nickname, it will be easy for the nickname to fight. Chen Pingan replied with a smile, to scare them, I am showing off that I have a good relationship with Jingxing Shiping and that I have a backer in the Chinese Confucian temple. The millet grains were immediately relieved and secretly happy in their hearts, ha ha ha, so happy. Let's just say, for such a big matter, how could the good mountain master not discuss it with him in advance? Li Muzhou was the only Taoist who liked to hang out alone at Jilin Peak in Luopa Mountain. He even walked to the foot of the mountain and chatted over a cup of tea with the gatekeeper Xian Wei. He was still the most attentive person in the church today. The Taoist priest from Jingwei Temple sat upright and concentrated, listening to everything word for word from beginning to end. You must know that his master, Taoist Gu, is the same as Yang Xianbao of Hebei Peak. They are both direct descendants of Yu Xian, so Li Muzhi's seniority is very high. What's more, none of the Taoist priests here, except Xue Tianjun, knew that after Li Muzhi's senior brother Zhao Wenmin resigned as the temple master, it was Li Muzhou who took over as the temple master. But Li Muzhou was only in the nascent soul realm, so he was caught off guard when he heard that senior brother Zhao was planning to let him take over as the leader of the temple. He shook his head repeatedly, not daring to agree to this matter. There is no reason why the abbot of Yuanying realm is responsible for the affairs of Jingwei Guan. For the other four sects, it doesn't matter how Li Muzhou treats him. Li Muzhou cares very much about how he treats Jingwei Guan. But senior brother Zhao even moved out of the patriarch directly at that time, saying that the patriarch had already nodded and approved the matter at the Middle-earth Confucian temple last time. If you don't want to, go directly to Taofu Mountain to reject the Grand Master's decision in person. Li Muzhou really had this idea, but he immediately came back to his senses. The patriarch was no longer at filling the golden peak, and was already in the stars. How could he reject it face to face? Senior brother Zhao laughed heartily and patted junior brother on the shoulder, the burden is not light. One day, junior brother will feel that it is really too much. Don't be shy, just send a letter to senior brother. Then we will discuss the choice of the new master. Li Muzhou really couldn't shirk it, so he had to do it reluctantly. Chen Pingan glanced at the Taoist priest of Jingwei Temple who was sitting upright, and said in his heart, Xiamili, you can find any excuse, for example, you want to patrol the mountains, leave here first, I want to talk to them about boring things. No way. I have a soft hand to take people, a short mouth to eat people, and 1,000 gold and copper coins. I have to take it seriously, and I can't make you Dao Yu feel that Chen Dao Yu is not treating guests well. Xiaomi, who stretched out her instep and her toes had just touched the ground, felt like she was being pardoned. She finally didn't have to worry about where to place her hands. She said anxiously from her heart, Good Lord Mountain, wait a moment, let me think about the words for a while. I'm not familiar with the situation. I promise that next time will be better than this time, but this kind of guarantee is not a guarantee, hey. Chen Pingan smiled and rubbed her little head, and said, Then let me help you make up a reason first this time. You can talk about it next time, no need to guarantee anything. The eyes of the millet grains lit up, and the chicken pecked at the rice. If there weren't too many outsiders here, she would have given the good mountain master a thumbs up. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, Do you find this kind of thing annoying or scary today? Xiaomili thought about it seriously, I'm not bothered at all, not at all. If my family members are sitting on both sides, then I'm not afraid at all. Today I'm a little bit scared, about the size of a grain of rice, ha. Chen Pingan hummed and said softly, Next time I call Zhang Lu Chongqing or Chief Zhou, just sit among us and say nothing, and just be in a daze seriously. Xiaomili grinned secretly and said happily, This time is not over yet, I just thought that next time will come sooner. Chen Pingan smiled and spoke, Zhou Zongfeng still has something to do, so he needs to leave first. Xiaomi Li slid off the chair, stood still on her feet, slapped the door in a proper manner, and apologized, slowly walked out of the house, crossed the threshold, and reached the door of the house. The little girl in black did not forget to turn around and slap the head. She then turned and left, leaving the house. The little girl reached out and brushed a few strands of hair that were wet with sweat, and exhaled a long breath. She was about to run to the bamboo house, but she found Chief Zhou and Yumi was standing not far away and helped her get back the golden pole and the green bamboo stick from the kitchen of the Hao Ren Mountain Master's private house. The former smiled and waved to her, and the latter gave her a thumbs up. Xiaomi Li wiped her face, puffed out her chest, swaggered towards them, reached out and took the green bamboo stick and gold pole. Miyu smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, "Xiaomi Li, it's okay. I can accompany Mr. Yin Guan to entertain guests. Aren't you nervous about such a big scene?" Xiaomi Li said softly, "I'm nervous. Why aren't I nervous? I was so nervous that my teeth almost chattered. I pretended to be calm, but I didn't remember many things clearly." Miyu smiled knowingly. Although Xiaomi Li was sweating profusely at the moment, in fact, every time he met a certain Taoist priest when he was patrolling the mountains, all the decorative details other than a Taoist robe, no matter where he stood, they were walking on the road. She clearly remembered the order in which they were served, the length of distance between them, etc. Otherwise, where do you think the nickname, Lost Mountain Leader, came from? The old cook once asked Xiaomi Li how he had such a good habit of careful observation. Xiaomi Li gave the answer without hesitation. In the past, they didn't know him at Dumb Lake, so he had to remember them. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "I remember the first time I was qualified to participate in the meeting of the Yugui Sex Patriarch Hall. I was so nervous that as soon as I sat down, I wanted to get up and go to the toilet. I felt uncomfortable holding it in." Miyu smiled and said, "It was my first time out of the city. My hands were shaking so much that I couldn't draw my sword steadily. The result was that a monster beast was disemboweled. In fact, Miyu originally wanted to cut his head in half. Miyu felt it was too embarrassing, so after some thought, he decided to change the vertical slash to a horizontal cut. He used his sword to sweep across several times, and he quickly became familiar with it. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly asked an incomprehensible question, "Xiaomi Li, do you still remember how Master Qin called Master Yu when he was inside?" Xiaomi Li frowned, did a quick mental calculation, and said, 5 times Yu Senior, 6 times Yu Senior, 2 times Fu Lu Yu Xian. That's it. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Our mountain master is still too polite. He has also been a peak master and a sect master, and he has also been in charge of a cloud cave blessed land for many years as the head of the family." Why Yu Xian mobilized troops and caused such a big stir was clear to the authorities and onlookers, but Jiang Shangzhen knew it all. Miyu asked, "Do you have an explanation?" Xiaomi Li pricked up her ears. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said something strange, "My disciple is more sensible than his predecessors, but his disciple is more rude than his Taoist friends." Mi Jianxian was suddenly enlightened, and Xiaomi Li was pretending to be suddenly enlightened. Chief Zhou's pretentiousness towards Xiaomi Li suddenly became clear. There was a faint sound of closing the door on the other side of the mansion. Jiang Shangzhen and Miyu were both high enough so they could hear the sound. Miyu didn't care, but Jiang Shangzhen endured it again and again. Finally, he couldn't hold it back anymore and said with a smile, "Using people's money to replace others, it doesn't count as eliminating disasters. Those group of Taoist geniuses with deep connections to immortality are all worth their lives. Okay. It's just that the owner of the mountain closes the door today, preaching Taoist priests, and Taoist priests observe Taoism. It probably won't be too long in the future. Those who are angry and aggrieved today will be secretly happy in the future. Generally speaking, it can be regarded as a beautiful talk on the mountain, right? Our mountain master is still upright, and we have always been fair in our dealings, and we do not deceive others. If nothing happens, Master, you will think that if we give you 1,000 gold and copper coins, you will not lose, but still make a profit. Otherwise, with the cautious character and behavior of the owner of the mountain, how difficult would it be to accept the money and treat the guests without missing a beat? It seems that I am too lazy to throw a hammer here and there, so I just want to make a one-shot deal. It can be seen from this that the mountain master is indeed very busy now, and the retreat is absolutely true. This made Chief Zhou feel extremely guilty. There was nothing he could do to help the mountain master. Xiao Mili suddenly realized, no wonder the good mountain master told me that when I get to the gate, I don't need to close the door. Miyu asked in confusion, Chief Zhou, what do you mean? Jiang Shengzhen explained with a smile, for the specific process, you can ask Mr. Yin Guan yourself later. Anyway, it was a casual relationship that could have been you are polite, I am kind, and the two sides said goodbye when they met, but it was just because the mountain owner accepted the money. Money, I can't let go of my conscience, so I have to work harder, I have to bite the bullet, hold back my temper, and say a few crazy words to those outsiders. Miyu was extremely curious and wanted to ask more questions, but Chief Zhou already waved his hand, let's go have a drink. Over in the hall of the mansion, Chen Pingon pulled up his green shirt and long coat, crossed his legs, leaned back comfortably on the chair, twisted his wrist, and pulled out a cigarette stick, and began to puff out smoke. This series of weird actions confused Xue Tianjun, not to mention the other Taoist priests who were looking at each other, so much so that Taoist Ding opened his eyes and looked at the man in green shirt. Chen Pingon narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, we are a family behind closed doors. I am going to help fellow Taoist you and say a few heartfelt words to you fellow Taoists. At the mountain gate, taking advantage of Master Sen's turn to teach boxing, Xing Dafeng hurriedly ran to the foot of Jilin Peak. I am really worried that those few girls will be like Chao Yang in the back mountain, and mistakenly have their infatuation with Brother Defeng. Otherwise, why would he deliberately take off his cloth shoes and pick his feet to make people angry? If you don't do this to yourself, God knows how much love debt you will owe. After all, what he likes is women like Xing Qingjia from Jinquaqing and Xiao Nyang, the woman in green skirt. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Chen Lingjun was sitting at the table, crossing his legs and eating melon seeds. He had to say a few words of thanks to the Taoist immortal way, but he didn't say much. If he said too much, he would show up. Xing Dafeng picked up the kettle on the table, poured himself a bowl of water, and joked, Qingjian Waterhouse is very good. You can bring your own food and drinks when you are a guest. Chen Lingjun realized it later and finally figured out the meaning of this statement, so he glared at Brother Dafeng who was making random metaphors. How could you ridicule my friend like this? The kid in green clothes quickly laughed to himself, ouch, hey, my stomach hurts. Senior Bai Jing was finally willing to return to Tiaoyu Mountain to help preach, which gave the old deaf boy a moment of peace when he could finally return to the sword worship platform. In this Luopa mountain, the old deaf boy had to teach swordsmanship to his disciple Yu Yu at the sword worship platform, and was bombarded with strange words by Bai Xian every day. He also had to answer several difficult questions of Yuan Huajing from time to time, and he even had to go to Tiaoyu Mountain before. The preachers who were serving as shalotzi to a bunch of brats, all looked respectful and did not dare to breathe. Looking at the old deaf child was like offering incense to the statue in the temple. This made the old deaf child not only not feel comfortable, but also awkward. Extremely uncomfortable. After all, it is not as numerous as the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I think back then, every time I went out, I would go to the city head to attend a meeting. I've only been in Luopa Mountain for a few days, and yet am being summoned like this. Lord Yin Guan really doesn't regard himself as an outsider. Thanks to Bai Xian, Yuan Huajing already knows the identity of this old deaf man worshipped by Gontang. He is the only old deaf man who is qualified to participate in the city's discussions. He is the only old swordsman who is born in the demon clan and can be ranked among the top 10 swordsmen. Therefore, Yuan Jianxian was even more unambiguous when asking questions. He put off the planned retreat again and again, without feeling anxious at all. There is a row of small bamboo chairs and benches under the eaves. Yao Xiaoyan asked the old deaf boy curiously. Back then, as a wild monk, he made his debut with a sword alone and threatened to challenge the boss swordsman in a duel. What was the result? Did he fight against the boss swordsman? There was no need for the old deaf boy to ramble on. Bai Xian had already helped answer the question. You stupid girl just ask stupid questions, but the old deaf boy is not qualified to practice Taoism. He is a loser. With his little swordsmanship, he can't even reach the big sword of the old boy when he jumps. Immortal's knee, fight for nothing. Single fight, ask for a sword, hand over to a person. The boss swordsman only needs to stand still, raise the toe of his shoe and press down again, and he will crush the old deaf child to death. As long as the soles of the boss sword immortal shoes touch the ground, there is a popping sound, and a flower blooms on the city wall, the old deaf boy will confess. But now that the old deaf boy has jumped alive and well to Master Chao's Mountain of Desolation, it means that the boss sword fairy shoes were back then. Please show mercy. The old deaf boy laughed and said nothing. Nayland Jade Paper also had a problem that he couldn't figure out. According to this statement, the old deaf boy couldn't just ask to stay on the Sword Chi Great Wall without a fight, right? The old deaf child smiled and narrowed his eyes, unwilling to tell the truth. Whether it was saying that he cherished his skills or enjoyed himself, he didn't even mention this to his disciples. This pot of wine is so good that I can't bear to drink it. At the door of a thatched hut, stood Yuan Huajing, who was mouthed by Bai Xian to name Yuan Jianxian and Yuan Jucai. No matter how nosy Yuan Huajing is, no matter how withdrawn and proud his personality is, he can't help but listen in every time he encounters such small talk between an old man and a young man. It's just that Yuan Huajing couldn't understand why an old swordsman in the Ascension realm wasn't angry at all when he was ignored by a few children. Is it because the old-timers have a higher realm and have a broad mind? The one named Bai Xian has really good qualifications and is now a sword cultivator in the sea-viewing realm, but his mouth is really poisonous. Senior Gontang, whose Taoist name is Longxing, is an ascended realm and a sword cultivator. In any world, wouldn't you be complimented wherever you go? A voice rang out from the heart of the old deaf child, as a general offering, hurry up to Tiaoyu Mountain and preach to those children in my place. For the second offering, I want to watch the excitement at Jilin Peak. The old deaf boy had a sad look on his face and quickly stood up from a bamboo chair, but his words were cheerful. Okay, Senior Bai Jing, I'll go right away. Don't worry, everything will be fine. When the old deaf child shrank to Tiaoyu Mountain, Yuan Huajing hesitated for a moment, then went to sit under the eaves there. Bai Xian habitually carries a purple sand teapot, shaped like a handle teapot, with wolfberry tea brewed in it. Bai Xian raised his head and took a sip of tea, burped, and said in an old-fashioned manner, Yuan Jianxian, do you have something to ask? It's okay, you and I have a good relationship. Bai will answer all questions. When Pei Qian came to the sword worship platform before, Bai Xian was dumbfounded for a moment. He was worthy of being the leader among the 9 children from the same village. He was quite quick-witted and said that he would not practice boxing anymore. Pei Qian looked surprised and regretful. He patted his head and asked him with a smile, don't you think it's a pity to give up halfway with such a good qualification in boxing? Bai Xian shrank his neck and said that he had to concentrate on sword practice recently. otherwise he would be pushed too far by Chai Wu, and he would pick up his fist and kick skills again after a while. When he thought of this embarrassing incident, Bai Xian became short of breath. However, I heard from Chen Lingjun that there is now someone who has defeated Pei Qian in Wenquan. His surname is Wen or something, and his martial arts level is acceptable. Come here, the more frustrated you become, the braver you become, so don't you just come to ask for help. Bai Xian became excited as soon as he heard it. He was a well-known hero, but his boxing skills were not good and he was brave. Bai Xian wanted to sneak over, meet each other, and let the other party register his name to participate in the grand event. But what's strange is that Pei Qian, a guy who has no martial ethics at all and who said he was lying in several realms, is very easy to talk to Guozhuzhou, who is obviously just her junior sister. Yuan Huajing asked with a smile, Bai Xian, I have a question that I have never been able to figure out. Since Senior Gontang is in the Ascension realm, why is he relatively unknown and not ranked high in the Sword Chi Great Wall? Among the top 10 sword immortals at the top of the Great Sword Chi Wall, Old Defer is indeed far behind. He seems to be neighbors with Nailan Xiaowei and Lu Ji. Bai Xian shook his head, Yuan Jianxian, I usually think you have a bright mind, but it turns out you're just pretending to be so. This question makes no sense. The old deaf boy is just an outsider. If you ask too much of him, wouldn't it show off our swordsmanship? The Great Wall doesn't have the skills. Our Sword Chi Great Wall is not inferior to the old deaf child who is capable of breaking out in both realms. Nailan Jade nodded, this account is correct. Yao Xiaoyan asked in a low voice, Bai Xian, are you the bottleneck of the Seviewing realm now? Bai Xian said angrily, Yan, this is because you are young and ignorant. I am only at the Sea Viewing realm, not the Jade Pu realm. Is it worth making a fuss about? You don't use swear words when swearing, right? Who did you learn this from? Guozhuzhou, who had slept in, stood at the door of a thatched hut. She glanced at Bai Xian, who was pretending to be an uncle over there. Bai Xian immediately changed his words and said, Xiaoyan, now that you have recognized a good master, you must practice your sword well. Don't slack off or be impatient. Just work steadily and steadily. Master Chao has high expectations for you. You will definitely be better than me in the future, powerful. It's not that he's afraid of her, Guozhuzhou, but that he respects her. Yuan Huajing smiled and said, Yao Xiaoyan must have good qualifications, otherwise she would not have 3 flying swords at the same time. But why do you think she must be more accomplished than you? He actually felt that Bai Xian's future realm of swordsmanship was the most worthy of Luo Shan's expectations. Bai Xian told Yuan Huajing in a very understated tone, my rank of Feijin is too low. I will definitely not live to be 20 years old on the Great Sword Chi Wall. When you come here, you can think about tomorrow. As for the day after tomorrow, forget about it. There's no need to think too far ahead. If I didn't come here with Lord Yingguan, but went to Feishing City, and always had to go out to experience and take risks, then I wouldn't even think about tomorrow. Today is today. Guozhuzhou hesitated for a moment and said from the bottom of his heart, my master, I really wanted to take you with me and teach you swordsmanship in person. But you were unwilling to apprentice with anyone at that time. Master was still sorry, but he looked at you more highly. Well, Master said that if you can't reach Yupu in the future, you have to blame him for not caring, and it has nothing to do with you. So when you are in a certain realm in the future, who will be arranged by Luopa Mountain to protect you secretly, Master. You already know it, so you don't have to be discouraged. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, this year, next year, hundreds of thousands of years, Luopa Mountain Sword Cultivator by Xian, you can think about it, you must think about it carefully. Master did not let me say these things. I just see that you are in a wrong state of mind and you don't look like a pure swordsman at all, so I'd like to remind you a few words. Bai Xian jumped up and asked, you really didn't lie to me? Guozhuzhou asked, is it fun to trick a little fool? Bai Xian choked on his words and endured it. After all, Guozhuzhou had been to the Summer Palace and was a serious swordsman of the Yingguan lineage. She was indeed not stupid. Guozhuzhou said, go back to the house to practice swordsmanship and break through the realm as soon as possible. At your age, there are not many Sevuing realms in our place, but it is not too few. Anyway, it is not a rare thing. What day after that, before you go into seclusion, the bottleneck of Sevuing, think carefully about why Chief Zhou took you out of the dense snow peak and traveled across the sea together. Remember to think carefully about the magnificent scenes you saw on the sea. Especially don't miss out on whether you climbed up and looked far away in Old Dragon City. What was your state of mind and how did you feel when you looked back at the sea? Bai Xian widened his eyes and said, did Brother Jiang tell you these things in private? Guozhuzhou said angrily, are you a pig-brained person? I can guess what you need to say. Bai Xian was holding a teapot with a handle in one hand, spreading his fingers on the other hand and making a fist. His eyes were shining and he said solemnly, Dragon Gate Realm is within easy reach. Guozhuzhou laughed and said, why don't you spit in the palm of your hand first? Bai Xian said angrily, it's so stupid to spit on your own hands. It seems that you no longer have the aura of being invincible in the world. Guozhuzhou didn't say anything when he caught Yuan Huajing's gaze. I thought to myself that even if I got to the Great Sword Qi Wall, I still couldn't enter the Summer Palace. When Qin Shanzhu was so bold and said the title, Fellow Taoist Yu, on the spot, all the Taoist priests in the room had different expressions. However, Chen Pingan seemed completely unaware of their strangeness. He shifted his gaze slightly and looked at Li Muzhou. I remember that there was a Taoist named Gu in Jingwei Temple. He was one of the few direct descendants of fellow Taoist Yu. He died on the battlefield of Nanboisuozhou. I looked through the archives of the Confucian Temple, and it seems that this Jade Purity Temple master tried his best to survive, but he didn't accumulate much military exploits. A Taoist priest slapped the handle of the chair hard and glared angrily at Qin Pingan. Xue Tianjun, however, looked at Qin Pingan, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand and pressed the Taoist priest who was angry a few times, indicating that they should be quiet for the time being. We don't have to follow the master and yell at each other. What is the other party's intention? If we listen to a few more words, the truth may come to light. Chen Pingan just looked at Li Muzhou. You are the direct disciple of that lame Taoist priest. What do you think deep down in your heart? On the contrary, Li Muzhou was the calmest among the dozen or so Taoist priests, at least on the surface. He heard this and replied, facts. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, you're not angry at all? How come you are eating incense on the clay statue of Jingwei Temple? Li Muzhou clenched his hands into fists, put them on his knees, and said slowly, since Master Qin is stating the facts, no matter how angry I am, I can't refute anything. To say the least, even if I want to refute, I'm not mature enough. But no. From now on, I will keep a respectful distance from Luopa Mountain and Master Qin. Chen Pingan suddenly said, that means he pretends to be fine, but is actually very angry, but he has done a good job in cultivating his mind and character, so he can bear it? Or does Li Muzhou still remember a few words of Master's teachings besides preaching, imparting knowledge and solving doubts, has something to do with the way you behave and build yourself up? So you don't want to be like a young man in the city, like a firecracker, and when your temper gets angry, you roll up your sleeves and fight with others? Li Muzhou stood up, lowered his head slowly, nodded, stood up again, turned around and strode towards the door. There is no blocking. Chen Pingan didn't stop him, and Xue Tianjun didn't ask him to stay. The hall behind him was just silent, and you could hear a needle drop. Li Muzhou, a Taoist priest from Jingwei Temple, gently opened the door with one hand with blue veins on the back, and then closed the door, only to see a man in a green shirt standing outside the door with a smile on his face and his hands in his sleeves. Chen Pingan cupped his hands and clasped his fists, and said with a smile, "I have offended many of you, so I have no choice but to do it. Of course, it is only for you." The other Taoist priests in the room may not be able to bear this statement. Li Muzhou looked confused. Chen Pingan took out a page of yellowed paper from his sleeve, which seemed to have been torn from somewhere, and handed it to Li Muzhou. Li Muzhou hesitated for a moment, took the hand, looked at it carefully, and after a moment, carefully put it into his sleeve, raised his head, and asked, "May I ask Chen Yingguan, why didn't you give this to the master who was here as a guest before?" On a page, there is written the detailed file of Taoist Gu Tao from the Middle-earth Divine Continent on the Sword Qi Great Wall, recording the size of each battle achievement one by one. There is not much content on the paper, and the handwriting is, like that of a young boy. But to Li Muzhou, this piece of paper is more than as heavy as a mountain. The master never talked about what happened to him at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even the Taoist priests at Jingwei Temple who had been there only heard about it through hearsay. Li Muzhou and his senior brother Zhao Wenmin only knew that the master fell into a bad state there. Although he returned to Haoran Tianxia, cultivated for many years, and finally returned to the Yupu realm, the master's great achievements in this life stopped at Yupu. For this reason, Grand Master Yu Xian wanted to let the master go to Yunmeng Cave several times, but the master just refused, saying that the places were limited and the opportunity was rare, and he had to give it to the real immortal seedlings and young people. Chen Pingan said calmly, "The apprentice has passed the Hanging Mountain and went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The master, Taoist Yu, has never been there. So I think it is more appropriate for you, the Taoist priest who is the apprentice of Taoist Gu, to be here. Let me just say something light and easy to talk without back pain. If I were Taoist friend Yu, even if I beat him with a sap or put a sack on him, I would throw his disciple into the Yunmeng Cave heaven first before talking about anything else. I don't want to practice and I don't want to waste. Dongshin's Dao Yunora. Then just wait." Li Muzhou's mood was complicated and his expression was strange. At this moment, he finally had a somewhat overlapping impression of the mountain master whose words were truly heartbreaking, and the last hidden official of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Don't worry about things here. You can go to the foot of the mountain and chat more about Taoism with the Taoist Xianwei." Li Muzhou nodded and walked a dozen steps away before he remembered to say thank you to the young hermit official. He suddenly turned his head, only to find that Chen Pingan was still standing outside the door. Chen Pingan turned around and said with a smile, "You genealogy monks, don't you think it's strange that Tamiya's slap just now didn't break the chair made of ordinary material? Dao Zhongli, let this junior put it harshly, but I sincerely admire the character of your master, Taoist Gu. But the way he fights on this battlefield and the mental ability to fight with the wild monks are really... It's hard to put it into words. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it's not easy to accumulate military exploits. It's not without reason. But having said that, if I had been in charge of the Summer Palace back then, instead of the old hermit officer Xiao Sun, your master's military exploits would have been at least doubled." Li Muzhou deliberately omitted those heartbreaking words and couldn't help but ask, even Xue Tianjun didn't notice. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "After all, he is an immortal, a disciple of Taoist friends, and he is not in the realm of paper." Xue Tianjun is indeed the first person to notice that something is wrong. But now he can't move, speak. Seeing the man in green shirt waving his hand, Li Muzhou had no choice but to steady his Taoist mind and went down the mountain to find the young Taoist priest with the wooden hairpin on his head. Outside, two old men gathered together. The old scholar was so panicked that he had to give Brother Yu a look on his shoulder. Are you exaggerating? Do you need me to remind you? Yu Xian looked serious, shook his head and said, not serious at all, good scolding, very good. I also think fellow Daoist Qin is putting it lightly. The old scholar complained, I am a close disciple. I am good at everything. There is only one thing that is not good enough for the moment. I am too honest, lack of insight, and act too decently. Yu Xian said helplessly, old scholar, Dao Yu Qin treats my disciples and grandsons as fools. Do you also treat me as a fool? The old scholar first sighed in his famous way, you can't say that. It hurts harmony and hurts feelings. Brother Yu, he is obviously his brother but talking about two different things. It's not very kind. Rubbing Yu Xian's shoulders with his elbow, the old scholar asked, Brother Yu, is your strength okay? Yu Xian turned a deaf ear and just focused on what was going on in that room in the human world. It's no exaggeration to say that I was on tenterhooks. The young people in that room are all good prospects. The old scholar squatting aside hesitated for a moment, then slapped Yu Xian on the head. Yu Xian turned his head. The old scholar said, is it too light? How much stronger should I be? Brother Yu, why are you so polite to me? It's pretentious. Yu Xian remained silent and continued to look inside the room. In just an instant, nothing was seen. Yu Xian knew it was the old scholar's method, so he sighed, that's fine. It saves you the worry. The old scholar patted Yu Xian on the shoulder, rubbed his hands and said with a smile, worrying. You are so good at taking advantage of me here, you are the shrewdest in business. Yu Xian also sighed like the old scholar, and asked with a smile, where are your shoulders sore? I can help you loosen your muscles and bones, keep you refreshed, and you will be dozens of years younger. It turns out that there is a real Qin Pingan outside the house, and inside the house, that Qin Pingan is holding a cigarette rod in one hand, patting his knees lightly with the other hand, and continues to talk nonsense and disturb people's minds. Those who learn the Tao are as numerous as wormwood and grass, those who hear the Tao are as precious as rice and stubble, those who attain the Tao are as rare as twigs and orchids, and those who attain the Tao outside the Tao are as rare as a feather or a rare horn. Yu Xian has his own principles for Yu Xian's enlightenment. It's a pity that you are not Yu Xian. There are 4 sects in addition to Taofu Mountain. After all, there is no second Yu Xian, so if it doesn't work, it won't work. Am I a layman? Unfortunately, everyone here, you monks who have enjoyed many years of blessings on the merits of our ancestors, are not necessarily qualified to talk about the difference between pure and dirty, refined and secular. If you are to blame, blame your respective masters, ancestors, and supreme ancestors. Yu Xian has been too successful in cultivating Taoism in his life. He has never known the difficulty of the word money in his life. He himself does not know it. You disciples and grandsons, naturally, his eyes darkened even more. Pretending. When I, Qin Pingan, really put on a show, you just didn't have the chance to see it because you were so poor. Outside the city, who was involved in a fight with the direct disciples of Tuiyue Mountain's great patriarch, each of whom depended on his or her own abilities to determine life and death. First, Li Zhen was killed, and then he stood alone in the battle, pointing his sword at the 14th throne. Who leads the summer palace, where the spring banners hang upside down on the mountain? Do you know what silence means? Anyone who I ask to stand will not dare to sit down, and whoever I ask to sit will not dare to get up and fart. Confronting Tuiyue Mountain in the Chinese Confucian Temple with the barbarian world, participating in a meeting with monks from the 14th realm on the bank of the long river of time, sitting in the center of the formation outside the sky, the person cooperating with him is Mr. Sanshan Jiuho, Baidi City Jingzhuzhong. It's like this outside, but when I get to my own territory and am not related to you Taoist priests, why don't I be allowed to show off and say a few harsh truths? Yu Xian deliberately arranged this, and Chen Pingan had known it for a long time, and he was like a mirror in his heart. As expected, he is holding the hottest thing in the world, money that seems to be given away for free. If we really just want to give away those gold and copper coins, an immortal level Shui Tianjun would be enough. There is no need to put up such a large array with more than a dozen people. In the final analysis, Yu Laozhen, who is not short of money, came and borrowed stones from other mountains to attack Jade. If you want to buy Taoist heart with money, you can buy as much as you can. The old man has good intentions, thinking of throwing these proud men of heaven to the Luola mountain, and taking the opportunity to sharpen the edge and arrogance of these great Taoist monks. Don't be too high-minded, arrogant, and everyone always feels that what if they are, it will definitely be possible. It seems that if you change the position and replace whoever you are, you can do better. If the family rules are strong and the family tradition is good, it may be possible to cultivate them in batches and adhere to the superficial etiquette, but it may not be able to hold on to a reason, and it is even harder to grasp a Tao. What Yu Xian asks is that the Taoist priests in my family's Wumai mountains should see the blue sky and the great road with their eyes. They should not always focus on their own 3-acre land and worry too much about the speed of several realms. Before Yu Xian joined the Tao, even though he had monopolized the word Fu Lu of Haoran, he was still unable to distance himself from Zhao Tianlai of Longhu Mountain and Huolong Zhenren of Beiju Luzhou. Therefore, the genealogical cultivators of his Dao lineage should not be too arrogant. They waited until Yu Xian rushed to Fuyao Continent to rescue Bai Yi, and then went to Tianwai Hedao Galaxy. The 14th level talisman Yu Xian naturally went to the outer world. But in a sense, a certain Yu Xian stayed in Taofu Mountain to fill Golden Peak. Even this Yu Xian went to Yuhua Mountain, Feixian Palace, Douran Sect and Jingwei Temple, and went to all the vassal sections. Kong Huan, a tall man, and Wang Guo, a girl with an oval-faced face, were not wearing Taoist robes, but were dressed like people in the world. Together they visited the town's crab shop, Iron Lock Well, and passed by the dragon riding alley. In the end, he hesitated whether to go to the mud bottle alley. You looked at me and I looked at you. They were waiting for the other party to make the first suggestion. In the end, they didn't dare to say it. One of them complained to the other party with his eyes. Where is the courage? Where is the courage of a martial artist in the far-traveling realm? With a helpless look on his face, I'm not curious about the young hermit official. You think that since you can't see him on the mountain, you might as well come here to have a look. Wang Guo thought about it and suggested that they go and stand at the entrance of Mubua Alley for a while. Kong Huan could only nod. He didn't want to be a thief who climbed over the wall, so why should he feel guilty? But when the girl whose real surname was Situ came to the intersection of Mud Bottle Alley, she sneakily took a few steps forward and then took a few steps back, enjoying herself. Kong Huan leaned against the corner wall and rubbed his forehead. There was a swordsman in your family who went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and highly praised the young hermit official after he came back. Even if your family is called a beauty nest, it has nothing to do with you, Wang Guo. It's impossible for Situ Jiyu to be a Yu Lao and help you connect with that young hidden official, right? Besides, isn't it said now that Chen Pingan is famous for being a strict wife on the Sword Qi Great Wall? Every time I drank some wine at my own liquor store, I would sleep outside the door. The girl said to herself, Taoist monks should accumulate external skills and refine the spirit internally. They should combine the pure with the turbid and must use darkness and clarity. Kong Yu, is this kind of empty Taoist general language interesting? Kong Huan said lazily, I don't have any talent in practicing Taoism. When I was young, I was found to have the talent to draw talismans, so I fell into a trap. If I had concentrated on practicing boxing, would have stopped by now. Someone was walking slowly in the mud bottle alley, approaching the two strangers, and said with a smile, "It's not that easy to reach the top. There is still some possibility of reaching the top of the mountain." Kong Huan smiled and said, "You have the final say." The man said, "It doesn't matter what I say, can you stop it?" Wang Guo covered his mouth and smiled sweetly, suppressing his smile. The girl who had already guessed the identity of the other party quickly shouted, "Wang Guo from the small sect, I have met Mr. Qin." Kong Huan originally thought that it was not just anyone walking in the alley, but Qin Pingan. Now he quickly stood up, cupped his fists and said, "Junior Kong Huan." Qin Pingan clasped his fists in return and said with a smile, "It seems that fellow Taoist you values you very much. Even though there is no need to come here, he still lets you come." The two looked at each other, both confused. Qin Pingan said, "Take you for a walk." Kong Hu didn't dare to nod this way. Although he is a Taoist priest, he considers himself more of a pure martial artist. Now that he has met a senior who can make Chao Si's face bruised, he has to be more humble. When he met Chao Si, Kong Huan could boldly ask for advice humbly. The person in front of me really didn't dare. Wang Guo, on the other hand, was fearless. He nodded generously and thanked Mr. Qin. After that, Kong Huan became more and more confused. Mr. Qin, who had a lot of identities, actually took them to wander around the town. He also invited them to sit in two shops in Qilong Lane, saying that they were at the New Year's shop. After buying pastries, you can go next door, and if you find something you like, you can get a 20% discount. Kong Huan glanced at Wang Guo out of the corner of his eye, and saw that sweat was actually dripping from the girl's forehead. It was obvious that she was not as calm as she appeared. Kong Huan thought in his heart, he couldn't be the one who had the audacity to pretend to be Qin Pingan and was planning to rob both wealth and sex. In the white mist, someone looked around, horrified. He could only hear his voice but not see his person. "Tamiya, you have to pay for breaking the chair." In the blue sky and sea of clouds, the stern young man who didn't know why he was here, raised his head and saw a big golden hand falling like a mountain, hitting the top of his head, and the surrounding wind shook violently. "Those who are destined to ride on the back of a crane, you should know that the wind in the sky is so strong that it's chilling to the bones. Shouldn't your child be called Tongxiang or Xiangtong? It doesn't matter, you don't understand this truth anyway." Different Taoist priests in the house face different scenes. On the first, second and third peaks of Taofu Mountain, 3 young Taoist priests who visited Luopa Mountain happened to be on the next mountain and saw Yu Xian, Shui Tianjun and Taoist Ding respectively. And Na Wenxia, she just thought that they and Qin Pingan broke up on bad terms that day. She quickly took the Dragon Snake Trace ferry back to the Middle-earth Divine Continent. She returned to the Doran sect, went to the back mountain, and saw her in the bamboo forest. She saw the familiar graceful back and called Uncle Yi. When Yi Dan turned his head, Wenxia instantly lost her mind and started retching. There is a scenic spot in Zhuozhuang Mountain, known as the realm of Taiqing, called Tingbei Pavilion. Just because the most proud man in the world once drank wine in the mountains. In the same mountain, Lu Biyu saw a dozen old demons from the wild world, with different postures on the top of the mountain, but with the same eyes, looking at him like ants. But Zhu Zishou, who was walking alone, was most proud of seeing that stunningly beautiful person in the pavilion. He put down the wine glass in his hand, smiled and nodded to her, saying that she was a talented person, and he just continued to climb higher. There was also the Taoist priest Ding, who stared blankly at the corpses on the ground that were killed by Qin Pingan in an instant, and the Taoist priest whose head was pierced by a flying sword, slumped back on his chair. The Taoist priest who had his whole head cut off raised his hand to hold his head, but it drooped down. There was the Taoist priest who was cut off from the waist with his chair. She just stared at Taoish Ding, as if resenting and hating him for not helping him. Shui Tianjun, do you know who is the most arrogant among my fellow Taoists? You guessed it, it's you, Shui Jisue. This is just a wedge. The real fun is yet to come. The girl in the mink hat is sitting on the roof drinking. Our mountain master is really a busy man. There are more than 2 flowers in the house, one on each side. Like a surging river, it has already branched off into dozens of branches without even realizing it. Master Qin Shan used the talisman to counter the talisman. Grandmaster Qin used boxing techniques to Taoist techniques. Qin Yingguan used his sword skills to fight against the talisman. Taoist priest Qin countered Taoism with thunder. For example, Mr. Qin, who is in the village school, always talks with reason. Xiago felt that if Qin Pingan reached the Ascension realm one day, if he had not yet reached the 14th realm, he would not necessarily dare to say he could beat him. As for Qin Pingan's real body, he just took a walk to the bamboo house and sat on the edge of the cliff with a little lotus flower sitting above his head, watching the clouds come and go together. Sort of Coming Chapter 1232. Chapter 1232, Unexpected Romance. When one walks in the mountains, the wind stirs up the pines and waves, and one hears the sound of swords and halberds, birds flying upward from the cliffs, and clouds rising from the clouds. The little girl in black patrolled the mountain all the way to the cliff, and followed the 2 men, Chief Zhou and Mi Dajiangxian, who were dragging oil bottles. After sitting down, Xiao Mili began to distribute melon seeds. Even without speaking, no one felt the atmosphere was awkward. Chen Pingan was chewing melon seeds and suddenly asked a strange question. The former Jiang Shangjin has become the chief of the week today. Will there be any big regrets? The peak master of Jiui Peak of Jade Gui sect, Jiang Thief of Beiju Luzhou, Shou Fei of Spring Chao Palace of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, the head of the Jiang family who once went on a killing spree in Yunku Blessed Land, and Yi Xiu of Shijianhu Xinjing sect. Lu Laoqing didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction with Jiang's sect master, and Jiang Shangjin was thrown from his chair in the Xinzhuan Peak Patriarch Hall. If Jiang Shangjin wants to adapt and integrate into Luopa Mountain, it is equivalent to accommodating Luopa Mountain, which means that Jiang Shangjin is no longer the same Jiang Shangjin as before. The most troublesome part is that there are many smart people on Luopa Mountain. If they are 2 people, they seem to be inseparable, and their relationship is destined not to last long. Therefore, Jiang Shangjin, who practices to do whatever he wants and is never forced to make a choice, seems to have to make a choice. Jiang Shangjin smiled from ear to ear. When I reunited with sect master Cui in Tongya continent, he asked me similar questions. As expected of my husband and students, they all have similar thoughts. Chen Pingan asked, "What was your answer at that time?" Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "Forgot." Chen Pingan stopped asking questions and began to change the subject. "Aren't you too busy going back to Tongyi's house?" Jiang Shangjin nodded and said, "I am the chief of Shangzong." Xiao Mili looked at Miyu, put his hand to his mouth, and said in a low voice, Yumi, Chief Zhou ordered you." Miyu, who originally wanted to pretend to be stupid, had no choice but to say, "Master Yingguan, since the old deaf boy is here, can you let him be the chief minister of the Qingping sword sect? I am willing to give way." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "No, if you add another burden to the old deaf child, he may pack up and run away." "Miyu still didn't give up, shall I go and persuade you?" Chen Pingan said angrily, "Just be a human being." Miyu had no choice but to give up. Jiang Shangjin asked with a smile, "Has the mountain master thought about the parting gift?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "It just so happens that I have a small family, and I have a talisman in my hand." Miyu coughed. Chen Pingan came to his senses and made a mistake. Cui Dongshan once said something very Cui Dongshan, which roughly means that as a student, he is only good at destroying people's hearts, but Mr. Chen Pingan is good at repairing people's hearts. Chen Pingan did not delve into how sincere this compliment was. But Chen Pingan remembered Cui Dongshan's words very well and regarded them as a very weighty reminder, even a slap. Therefore, Chen Pingan has been asking himself whether his husband's words and deeds are worthy of his students' words. This is very Chen Pingan. Maybe this is one of the reasons why Chen Pingan is Chen Pingan. Jiang Shangjin asked, I heard that the mountain owner is in urgent need of gold and copper coins. Chen Pingan smiled and said, that's enough for the time being. Don't squander the reputation that old sect master Jiang has managed to accumulate. What is lacking now cannot be bought with money, so it is more difficult to deal with. Jiang Shang really understood what he was talking about, and he was referring to the sword-sharpening stone made of the dragon-slaying platform. This thing is really not too much for a sword cultivator. Even if you are not a swordsman, you are willing to collect it. It is a typical priceless thing. The number of flying swords a sword cultivator has is not absolutely linked to their killing power or future achievements. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there are many swordsmen who can pierce through the wild formations with only one flying sword. But no sword cultivator in the world would dislike him for having an extra flying sword. There are only a few sword cultivators with 2 natal flying swords. Compared to those with 1, the number has dropped off a cliff. As for sword cultivators with as many as 3 flying swords, it cannot be said that there are only a handful of sword cultivators in the 10,000-year history of the Sword Qi Great Wall, but if they were given a piece of paper at the Summer Palace, they would not be satisfied with their names. Qiu Ji, the youngest master of Jiui Peak in the history of Jade Guizhong, has 3 natal flying swords. Yao Xiaoyan, the most inconspicuous among the 9 children, also has 3. Pei Min, one of Haoran's 3 masters of swordsmanship, has 4 swords. Pei Min is also the swordsman with the largest number of flying swords that Chen Pingan knows so far. Jiang Shangjin said, only when sword cultivators talk about this, will they feel that there is still some benefit left in having only 1 natal flying sword. Miyu asked in his heart, Lord Guan, Chief Zhou, and I will return to Tonggizhou in a big way, and then secretly visit Longji Mountain. Mi de Jiangxian's voiceover is that we secretly cut off a few pieces to solve the urgent need first. Chen Pingan laughed angrily and said, I am now the Grand Master of the Great Li Kingdom. Why don't you give me a try? Miyu glanced at Jiang Shangjin. Chief Zhou was able to do such things as guarding and stealing. Jiang Shangjin said, every time a sword cultivator uses a sword-sharpening stone, there is 1 less dragon-slaying platform in the world. It is really difficult to deal with. Yu Xian has money, status, merit, and reputation. Yu Xian has all the enviable things that a Qi practitioner should have, and more than others. Even though he was so wealthy in every aspect, when he talked to Chen Pingan about the dragon-slaying platform business, the old man was very embarrassed. He didn't dare to make any guarantees, so he could only say that he would help to talk to his old friends and make connections. Whether they are willing to sell it and at what price they will sell it all depends on fate. Jiaoliu Mountain, which is recorded in the secret records of Dalihubu, is commonly known as Longji Mountain in the town. There are 4 forces that started the mountain here, including the Song family of Dali, Yuanqiong, and the 2 military strategists of Beipingzu, Fingshua Temple and Jinwu Mountain. This mountain has been closed for nearly 30 years. There are many levels of checkpoints and formations, and it is heavily guarded. Anyone who enters the mountain without permission will be executed. When Chen Pingan now has the identity of a great Li national master, of course he can come and go freely. However, the Dali imperial court was only responsible for helping to open the mountain and expose the dragon-slaying platform, and did not participate in carving up these purest sword-sharpening stones. The dragon-slaying platform, which originally belonged to Fengshua Temple and Longquan Sword Sect, was actually an empty shell. Huge sacrifices lead to generous rewards. For example, the founder of Fengshua Temple secretly obtained an ancient sword technique and became an immortal with it. At the same time, this sword vein allows sword cultivators to point directly at Yupu, allowing sword cultivators to open their homes. Forming the Golden Pill, breaking through the realm of Yuanying and ascending to the realm of Jade Pu, on these three major monastic passes, it is like divine help, building long bridges and eliminating many resistances. In this way, the so-called direct pointing is worthy of its name. After seeing Old Sword Tiao, Wan Qiong also acquired an incredible sword-making skill. Of all the dragon-slaying platforms mined before that, Wan Qiong, who was the chief minister of the Song family in Delhi, only had a small part left for his family. Longquan Sword Sect was a swordsmanship sect after all, and most of the rest was given to him. The Emperor of Delhi gave it to the Mo family, who helped build sword boats and mountain ferries. As debt repayment, the most important basic material for the city built by the Mahist family in the wild world is the dragon-slaying platform. Therefore, Jinwu Mountain is the only one left that has not lost its ancestral heritage. There were two execution platforms in the ancient heaven, one of which was called the dragon-slaying platform. It was shattered during the battle to reach the sky and fell to the earth. The two largest ones were the Longji Mountain in Lizhu Cave and the pavilion on the top of Ningfu on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The hill. According to Chunyang Luyan, Longji Mountain has many ancient names, including Jinin, Tianbi, Windmill, Liaoding, etc. There was once a cave in the mountain called Tianquikang Cave, which was the most important geomantic treasure land in ancient Shu. Ningyao once entrusted Zhang Lu, the gatekeeper of Xianxian Mountain, to give Chen Pingon of the Stork in a dragon-slaying platform shaped like a long inkstone, with Zhenjin inscribed on one side. It seems that Tianbi and Zhenin each have a set of words. When Chen Pingon heard about Lu Yan's secret, he went to ask Ningyao. Ningyao said that it was the boss sword immortal's intention to give this thing away. It's just that Chen Qingda's comments about Chen Pingon to Ningyao at that time were not very pleasing to the ears. The boss swordsman said that the poor boy was dark and not handsome at all. Although his eyes were bright, they made him darker and his appearance was a bit ugly. But no matter what, the young martial artist could. I traveled thousands of miles across the sea and almost lost my life in Jiaolong Valley. I crossed Daishian Mountain just to give you a sword to Ningyadu. After meeting each other and having a little drink, I dared to say that I like you and pursue my dream. A woman's shamelessness, that boy of his has got the essence, not to mention he has a lot of tenacity in him, not bad. Since he likes you and you don't hate him, you should express your feelings no matter what. I think that dragon-slaying stone is very good. There is this thing in his hometown. Money fans already know how valuable this thing is. He is not a chi refiner now. If a scholar, let alone a swordsman, is on his way back to his hometown, for example, in that stinky lotus root blessed land, the boy is lucky enough to rebuild the Chongqing Bridge. One day he is short of money, and in order to break the situation, he is willing to sell it at a high price, or secretly whoever pawns this thing shows that this person is poor-minded and unstable, and is definitely not a good match. Especially if she becomes a sword cultivator in the future, is tempted by the realm and sword refining, and secretly spends time in this dragon-slaying platform, she would rather not be fooled by his sweet words. This kind of man is still undesirable. Ningyao frowned when he heard this, and only waited for Qin Qing to finish speaking before giving his own thoughts and answers. I don't want to test him like this, and he doesn't need to be tempted like this. If the person who said these words was not the boss sword immortal, Ningyao would use a more direct statement. This was her insulting Chen Pingon, and it was also Ningyao who was insulting herself. Chen Qingdu couldn't stop laughing at that time and said with emotion, "Love is invincible, and Ning Yao is no exception. The love between boys and girls is really beautiful." Afterwards, the boss Jian Xian gave a reason that Ning Yao was willing to accept. He said that this thing hides a lot of opportunities and will help Chen Ping's future practice. That kid is smarter and may one day be able to figure it out. It's a mystery, but you can't remind him, otherwise he will be completely off topic. A chance. Boss Sword Immortal, even if you change the term and say it's a literary relationship, I might think more about it. Otherwise, I would definitely not think twice about this love token given by Ning Yao. Opportunity. Being able to be with Ning Yao is the greatest fate. Besides remembering and seeing innocent and Ning Yao every time, and simply thinking about her, what else can I think about? Perhaps this is the so-called predestined relationship that has not yet arrived, not to mention asking for it but not getting it, not knowing how to ask for it, or even not knowing that it is necessary to ask for it. Even after reviewing the situation with Ning Yao, Chen Pingan was roughly sure that what the boss Sword Immortal called a big opportunity was the Quokang Cave Sky and the half of the dragon slaying platform. Even if he missed it, it would be nothing. He never missed her. Thinking back to those days, at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, you thought Ning Yao wouldn't let me in just because I had a drink with friends at a liquor store. Of course that's not true, it's totally wrong. If any dares to misunderstand me, I will let him know what it means to be a scholar and what the simple folk customs of my hometown town are. That's because I don't want to come in. It's cool outside, and I'm drunk, lying down and taking a nap. It's full of flavor. It's very interesting to chat about old almanacs with Grandpa Nayland, the gatekeeper. Jinwu Mountain, it seems that I still have to visit it this year. The first thing is to talk about the dragon-slaying platform and see if there is any room for negotiation. More importantly, Chen Pingan was the protector who wanted to see Ma Kuxuan. This person is certainly not a bad person. He is even different from many people who practice Taoism on the mountain. Of course, in Liju Cave, he did not make things difficult or scheme against Chen Pingan. It's just that the other party once gave up a certain principle to the straw sandals boy. Chen Jianxian, who is now the mountain master, took this principle to see him. Things are simple. After the last discussion in the ancestral hall, Chen Pingan went to the New Year's shop to reconcile with shopkeeper Shi as usual. Zhou Junchen, the second disciple who likes to be a little mute, now that they meet each other, although there is still no smile, he will take the initiative to call Chen. It's safe to say that master is here. Chen Pingan would only nod and say yes. In fact, I feel so beautiful. Shi Rou told the little mute in private that it was obvious that Shanzhu Qin was very happy that you could take the initiative to call him master. The little mute curled his lips and said that the master was busy with big things, so how could his mood fluctuate because of such a trivial matter? However, the child said this and was in a good mood, because when he stood on the bench and read a book, his whole state was relaxed. The child no longer looked like he was curled up in a corner watching the world carefully. Chen Pingan seemed to casually ask about Yuan Huang. Jiang Shangjin said that this boy is really good, has good aptitude and good temperament, and is quite suitable to settle in Luopa Mountain. His future martial arts achievements will probably not be lower than those of Zhong Qian and Chao Ni. In fact, Chen Pingan hopes that through the products can be made, Huanglong Genkyo Jiajiamijin. This guy was already very good at talking before he went up the mountain. Since Yuan Huang is like this, then Chief Shou and Master Jia are also the same. This proves that what the atmosphere in my mountain has to do with me. I can't tell you that you have influenced me. Jiang Shangjin didn't know the twists and turns here. Previously in the capital, Chao Gingxin, the minister of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, came up with a chance to seek wealth, and he became the leader of the Dali Dizzy lineage as he wished, finally having more room to display his ambitions. The former kiln superintendent thought he was making a huge gamble with his family and life on the line. Unexpectedly, his choice was what Cui Chang had expected. Because Yuan Huajing has proved this, the national preceptor Cui Chang did have something to say to Qin Pingan, saying that Chao Gingxin is a more suitable candidate. As long as he dares to bet, Qin Pingan will let him come to support the local monks and become the apparent leader. Can avoid many distractions from the common affairs, but remember to let the Prince Song Su and Chao Gingxin restrain each other. Overtly and secretly, they must not be too harmonious and have no objections to things, which is a wrong path that will become increasingly corrupt. But before Yuan Huajing told the truth, he first asked Qin Pingan 2 questions. First, how did he view the Shanshui survey once every 10 years? Second, how will we deal with the suppressed landscape gods south of Dadu and outside the Dali dynasty? Qin Pingan gave his own answer, and the landscape evaluation within the Dali court was changed from 10 years to 30 years. Select some mountain and water gods from the southern countries of Aquarius continent and give them a chance to make up for their mistakes to ease the north-south relationship between the southern half of the continent and the northern country. It's like an exam. The examiner who sets the questions is Cui Qing, and Yuan Huajing is just the marking officer. If Qin Pingan answers correctly, he will be commented on the correct answer, and if he answers incorrectly, he will be evaluated on the incorrect answer. If Qin Pingan, as the successor of Dali's imperial master, does not make any changes to Cui Han's established policies, Yuan Huajing can pretend that he knows nothing. Qin Pingan smiled and asked if every earthly branch monk had his or her own mission, waiting for him to make a decision, and then beat himself according to the order. Yuan Huajing shook his head and said he didn't know. If Qin Guosher had the ability, he would ask for the answer himself. There is no need to trick me here. Seeing Yuan Jianxian treat others with such sincerity, Master Qin was very pleased, so he reciprocated his kindness and promised personally that if Yuan Jianxian failed to retreat at the sword worship platform, all his spiritual energy would be consumed, and Luopa Mountain would not accept a single piece of snow money. Yuan Huajing's face turned dark on the spot. Fortunately, when I arrived at the sword worship platform, I often consulted with Gontang on swordsmanship, and I gained a lot. Especially during this period, Xiago, for some unknown reason, actually took the initiative to give Yuan Huajing a few words, which made Yuan Huajing suddenly enlightened. It is not an exaggeration to say that hearing a few words from her was worth more than 10 years of hard work. Yuan Huajing's determination to break through this retreat has become increasingly determined. Even if Luo Shan chases him away, he won't leave. At that time, Xiago didn't think that Yuan Huajing's qualifications were worthy of a few words of advice from her, but that was not the case. Don't let Xiaoma misunderstand. Xiago just couldn't stand fools doing stupid things, making simple sword practice so complicated that she was really anxious to watch from the sidelines. This is like a schoolboy doing the simplest arithmetic problem. 1 plus 9 2 plus 8 3 plus 7, both equal 10. You little Yuaning, why do you insist on 1 plus 2 plus 3 or something like that? The key is I accidentally added 1, 2, and 3, and then subtraction or even multiplication and division. Your sword training path is quite fancy. Seeing that Xiago wanted to press Yuan Huajing's head to the ground, it was 10. She knew at a glance that the answer was 10. No matter how weak your qualifications are or how stupid you are, you shouldn't do this to yourself. At first, Xiago was worried that she had misunderstood Yuan Jianxian and was deliberately complicating a simple problem. She looked at it for a while and found that it was not the case, or that there was something wrong with the young man's brain. The same sword cultivator is also a genius, even if it is calculated based on the 100 years of Taoism. Yuan Huajing seems that this problem is not simple, but in fact it is really difficult. Xiago thought this question was not difficult at first, but in fact it was even simpler. As for Ningyao, she may not see any problems. Are you talking about our Lord Qin Shan? Probably because he is very patient. No matter how he adds, subtracts, multiplies, or divides, he has to try again and again, deliberately taking long detours, and he will always get the correct answer anyway. No matter what, when Yuan Huajing arrived at Luopa Mountain and came back to the sword worship platform, he no longer felt that he was a genius at all. Sure enough, he still needed to work hard to practice swordsmanship. Chen Lingjun wandered here alone and saw a large group of people sitting there eating melon seeds, complaining about why they didn't take him with them. Jiang Shangjin said, "The mountain master needs to retreat for a period of time. How about letting me take over the teaching at the village school for a few days?" Chen Pingan glanced at him and said nothing. Mi Yuk shook his head. This was more of a summer palace than a summer palace. In order to regain some ground with Chamois, Chief Shou was a bit desperate and would do whatever it took. Chen Lingjun patted Chief Shou's arm and said, "Don't be brave, you are not this material. I'm not the kind of person who likes the new but hates the old. No matter how good Chamois is, you are also very good, Chief Shou." Jiang Shangjin, on the other hand, rarely looked serious, and said with a smile, "You probably don't know that I had a dream when I was young, but I was never embarrassed to say it. It was to open a bookstore in a rural market where no one knew who Jiang Shangjin was. There is a school next to the bookstore, and I will be the teacher. This dream of mine, although I am no longer a teenager, is still very young. Mountain Master, if you are worried that I can teach you better than you, then just pretend I didn't say anything." The atmosphere at the mansion where Shanju Qin personally closed the door to entertain guests was not as harmonious as the cliffside stone table. Do you bully others even if you don't agree with them? What a great person with a great family and business, Qin Shanju, what a great person like Qin Yingguan. As a disciple of the head of the Do-Ran sect, Tamiya suddenly encountered a strange phenomenon and remained calm in the face of danger. He first protected himself with a talisman array, and then sacrificed several spiritual treasures, which illuminated the surrounding area with hundreds of feet of light, dispelling the fog, and asked, "Chen, what does the mountain master want?" The guy was still pretending to be a ghost and didn't want to show his true identity. He asked instead, "How about changing the question to a more meaningful one?" While Tamiya stabilized his Taoist mind, he made a secret with one hand, and pulled out 100-foot-long fire dragon from his sleeve. It wandered around the place, and then swept away the mist. It was vaguely visible. He stood on the water and took a closer look. Next, every water pattern seems to be an ancient talisman. Tamiya was shocked. Is it a ready-made talisman array in Luola Mountain? Is it going to be used by Chen Pingan as soon as it comes, or is it going to be improvised without anyone noticing? Tamiya was silent for a moment, with the chair still placed behind him. He finally realized it and asked with a sneer, "Master Chen arranged for us to live in this house. Is it just to show off the talismans at this moment? I just want to know how far the Fire Dragon Crossing River Talisman, the talisman of the founder of the Do-Ran sect, can sweep across the water in one go." Chen Pingan's voice came from behind, as if he was standing over the chair. Tamiya drove the talisman Fire Dragon with great momentum, and hit him back with lightning speed. Tamiya turned his head in confusion and saw that the man wearing a green shirt and long coat was indeed standing behind the chair, with his hands on the top of the chair, looking at him with a smile. And the talisman Fire Dragon heading straight for Qingshan, for some reason, became smaller and smaller. The closer it was to Chen Pingan, the smaller it became. It seemed to be no more than a foot away from Chen Pingan's forehead. The fierce fire dragon never stopped, but Chen Pingan turned a blind eye, as if he was sure that this talisman could not touch him at all. It stands to reason that this talisman has already traveled more than 10 miles in the blink of an eye. There must be a realm in this small world of talisman formation, blocking the two people, like a natural chasm, insurmountable. Chen Pingon remained motionless, lying on the other side of the chair. The old said, "If the talisman can talk, then my talisman can make you complain endlessly. It seems to be so close but is actually the end of the world." Disheartened, Tamiya remained silent. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "I have a talisman that can make the fire dragon cross the river. 100-foot pole can make one step further, just like a mountain dragon walking through water and turning into a fire dragon." Tamiya angrily shouted, "Heretics are arrogant." Chen Pingon asked with a smile, "Since the fire dragon is destined to have difficulty crossing the river, we can successfully cross the river. We are idle, so why not guess what the name of my talisman is?" Tamiya was reluctant to give his guess, "Chiku talisman." The wise man has great words, and the great man has great words. As the old saying goes, if you take half of a kai's stick in a day, it will be inexhaustible for eternity. As the Taoist priest who is most obsessed with spiritual practice in the Do-Ran sect, Tamiya still has some vision and knowledge. Chen Pingon nodded, "You guessed it right. Now let me guess, what is the material of the talisman paper?" Tamiya said slowly, "Refining the long river of time is used as talisman paper, so it has special effects. It can be used to refine talismans, just like running water. This kind of talisman method is the subtlety of Faixiangong's talisman." Chen Pingon asked with a smile, "A Taoist tree has 5 flowers. The Do-Ran sect and the Faxian palace are different sections. After all, they have the same origin and worship the same ancestor. We know that the stack of talismans is of great use, why don't we learn from each other?" Tamiya hesitated to speak, but in the end he was speechless. The stern-faced young Xiangtong, a Taoist genius praised by Yang Xianbao of Hebei Peak as the most accomplished talisman in Xian, was suppressed at the foot of the mountain by that golden palm as big as a mountain. He sat cross-legged and sacrificed countless. This natal object can hold up that mountain character. A man in a green shirt was squatting not far away, puffing away smoke. When this person occasionally knocked the ground gently with his cigarette stick, Zhang Tong's face turned red and his ears became red, and he became more and more exhausted. Chen Pingon asked with a smile, "Both Tong Xiang and Xiang Tong are geniuses. Since they are geniuses, they must learn it after just a few glances. I heard that Taofu Mountain often holds Taoist gatherings, and the disciples of the 5 sects can practice talismans. Comparing Taoism and learning from each other's strengths, why haven't you mastered some of the Do-Ran sect's talismans? Could it be that you haven't participated even once? Do you think you are the only one of the 5 disciples who is a genius? Can you become the second best in Yuxian? Who gave you the confidence? Master Yang Xianbao? Or is it because she took you to Yunmeng Cave a few times without exception?" Xiangtong's face was livid. After all, it was rare for a young man to go out. He racked his brains and finally managed to curse a few words that he thought were curses. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Swear a few more words." "I am in the mountains and don't know the mountains. I don't know what Hebei Peak is, let alone what Taofu Mountain is." Yang Xianbao practices the talisman technique by himself and is like a big family. He teaches Taoism to his disciples and is like a small family. She protected you so well that she only encouraged your growth. In the future, when Xiangtong will be sadly separated from the army, or when he will go down the mountain to experience his body and soul, he will look back on his life path and the person who praises Xiangtong's death will be Yang Xianbao. Little baby, you must be worthy of your master Yang Xuanbo's love and hope. Don't let her be sad and kill thousands of joys, making her regret it. Xiangtong's arms were numb and his neck was sore. The mountains above his head were getting lower and lower, and the boy had to lower his head lower and lower. The most hateful thing was that the man named Shin deliberately added another mountain to the mountain every time he said it, forcing him to nod in agreement again and again. Relying on Taoism and realm, you dare to humiliate people like this? Xiangtong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw a familiar female crown forcefully break the formation, break through the restrictions, step out of the door, and said calmly to the man in green shirt, "Master Qin, please stop this. How can you preach to an outsider? No need to point fingers at me." Before young Xianbao of Hebei Peak could say the last word, foot, in an instant, with a flash of sword light, Nu Guan's head rolled to the ground, and her eyes met Xiang Tong's. Xiang Tong was horrified in his heart. Even though he knew that the master was fake and the matter was not true, he still lost his Taoist heart in an instant. The mountain suddenly pressed down on him, as if his real body was crushed into flesh and his soul turned into powder. The next moment, "Let's go, little kid. I have no realm and no identity for the time being. I am purely a mortal person with naked eyes. I will take you to see the mortal world for a few times and increase your experience. I will broaden my mind with mountains and rivers forever, and use thousands of years to expand my mind. Trivial matters sharpen our Taoist heart. Teach a fragrant boy who has no master how to live in this world and see if he can find a place to stand in the world by himself." While walking on the mountain, Lu Biu looked up and saw the powerful demon on the throne at the top of the mountain. He guarded his Taoist heart and told himself that what he saw in his eyes was all illusion. As a result, the demon Zhu Yan struck him down with a stick, threatening him endlessly. Lu Biu's eyes widened with Taoist intentions and murderous intent, and he subconsciously retreated again and again. He pressed the long stick against Lu Biu's head. The big demon on the throne laughed loudly and shook his head. His face was full of contempt, like an awe-inspiring earthly immortal. "Dao Axayan is indeed vulnerable to a single blow. How difficult is it to kill dozens of Yu Xian Tusk grandchildren with just one stick? Zhu Zishou, as a bystander, I have a word of advice. You don't have to treat Shui Jisue like a god, especially don't fear him like the way of heaven. You look up to him, but you also underestimate yourself. Shui Jisue, as the heavenly lord and the lord of the first palace, do you need to reflect on yourself? The heavenly lord of other families will not say anything. As the direct descendant of Yu Xian, those who learn from others will live like others and die like others. Naturally, there is no problem. But if you are a disciple who is nothing like the master, and he is completely different in form and spirit, why does Shui Tianjun want to deceive the master and destroy the ancestor and replace him? The female crowned by Feng, who is so talented that she can eat talismans to increase her realm, has already eaten countless rare talismans that she has never heard of or seen in a boundless void cage. However, the more she eats, the higher her level becomes. Ben Yupu, an immortal, ascended. But the more she ate, she became thinner, haggard and skinny. She felt as if she had entered the legendary 14th realm. The thousands of talismans she had eaten could be spit out at will, she only needed to throwing out a piece of rune light as small as a mustard seed can smash the ancient stars into pieces or cut them in half. It can stir up the stars in the bright Milky Way and move them around at will. Celestial phenomena. She was going to throw up. Taoist Ding looked at the tragic scene in the house with corpses all over the ground, and his Taoist heart only calmed down after a slight ripple. Fake, that's it. Even if it is true, this is especially true for Dao Ding. People who practice Taoism, why bother talking about good and evil? When there is good and evil, there is right and wrong. When there is right and wrong, if you live in the mountains to practice Taoism, you will just wallow in the world of mortals. I am afraid that the Taoist heart will not be pure. He was born in the blessed land of Taijian. Before he went to the mountain to practice Taoism, he witnessed and experienced a lot of suffering in the world. Taoist Ding sat where he was, still in a lazy posture with his neck curled up and leaning on the back of the chair, with his hands in his sleeves, and asked, Master Qin, this kind of fake and real show-off skills may be used on others, and it may be somewhat effective. To deal with Xiao Dao may be to wink at a blind man. The man holding a tobacco pole and crossing his legs said with a smile, Taoist Ding, the sheep will die because of the differences in the road, and the scholars will die in many ways. Taoist Ding changed to a more comfortable sitting position. He was no longer sleepy. He said seriously, if Shanzhu Qin wants to convince people with reason, it may not be useful. How about using another method, such as convincing people with force? At least it can make Xiaodaoku feel dissatisfied. Unlike now, when Shanzhu Qin is wasting his time and the aura of heaven and earth, Xiao Dao also feels that Shanzhu Qin is wasting Xiaodao's time. Just like Wenxia, who previously showed you her relationship with Confucian Temple and Mr. Shiping, she was very disapproving of the relationship. She felt that your state of mind was not worthy of so many titles. You were just a person at the table who liked to talk about who you knew. The only difference was that the people at the bottom of the mountain said they knew a certain richest man and a certain dignitary, and the people from the mountain said they knew someone. He just said that he knew Yu Xian. The same is true for Xiao Dao. Things are not the same. It is in vain for Xiao Dao to look down on Master Qin. There is no need. Unexpectedly, Taoist Ding nodded seriously and said, then let's find another way to get what you want and convince others with your strength. A moment later, Taoist Ding lay on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face. He raised his hand to wipe his nose. His hands were covered with blood. Taoist Ding still smiled and said, Chen Jianxian, does his skill stop here? Chen Pingan, who was standing nearby, smiled and said, what you rely on is indeed not external things, but your own ingenuity and your determination to pursue the Tao. Otherwise, you won't know how to bypass the inner demons and successfully ascend to Yupu. You can think of a shortcut. Of course I don't believe you if you say you've gone astray. Taoist Ding's eyes blurred, he changed from lying to standing, hanging in the air and overlooking the mountains and rivers of the earth. He saw that the ground was bounded by a long river, and there were two mountains, cut off by the river. Two scenes appeared. One of the mountains, on one side of the river, hundreds of peaks stretch. On the other side of the river, half of the mountains have only a few peaks. Each mountain is higher than the other, but the road is obvious. The other mountain range is connected by long bridges across the river. There are only a few peaks on one side, but there are thousands of mountains on the other side. Each mountain opens up a mountain barrier, but the road is rugged, but there are no tall mountains standing there. The next moment, Taoist Ding was standing on the long bridge, and Chen Pingan stood aside with his hands in his sleeves. Use talismans to seal memories, use shortcuts to bypass inner demons, and build bridges by luck. It's not useless, it's very useful. It's just that it can't be used at the level from nascent soul to Yupu. Have you never thought about why, after reaching the Yupu realm, you still have the desire to return to one's original nature and become an immortal? What you should be careful of is your kind. Smart Taoist. Taoist Ding, there is no need for me to scare you. Just wait. When you reach the bottleneck of Yupu realm, you will have to pay off your debt. During the years of cultivating Taoism in the mountains, you don't know what the cold and heat are outside the mountains, but you have to see the cold moon and the sun. Nuan, if you come to Fry Rinshou, it will definitely make you miserable. Hearing this, Taoist Ding sighed softly. It's true that every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite. There is no other way. Lord Chen Shan, you don't know something. I don't mean to show my cleverness, but I came up with this strategy because I had no other choice. There are many experts in Yuhua Mountain and they are very knowledgeable, so no one is stopping you. Can I give you some advice? They didn't expect that I could come up with such a shortcut. By the time they realized it, it was a foregone conclusion. As an elder in the Master's sect, you can't push me to such a low level that I have to pass through the nascent soul again. There is no unstoppable path for mankind. Why not seek help from the Patriarch Yu Xian? Who do you think Patriarch Yu is? Meet him if you want, and ask if you want to ask. Do you know how many disciples and grandsons of Patriarch Yu there are? How many Taoist priests are there in 4 sects in one mountain? Patriarch Yu, even occasionally when he shows up at the dojo to fill Jin Feng, how many letters do he need to reply to, how many Taoist priests do he meet every day, and how many general affairs need to be handled that he needs to personally review? If you have the opportunity, you can ask for it, why not? That's the talisman Yu Xian, from the 14th realm of Hedao Galaxy. Do you think Fei Jin is sending a letter, or running to fill the Golden Peak? Why don't you ask? It'll help you ask for help from fellow Taoist Yu later. It's just this one time, and I won't do it next time. When practicing Taoism, you must be afraid of impure Taoist hearts, but don't be afraid of impure Taoist hearts. This principle may not work for others, but you, Taoist Ding, must always keep it in mind. The Taoist priest turned sideways and said sincerely, Junior Taoist Ding, accept the teachings with an open mind and bear them in your heart. Chen Pingan accepted it calmly and asked with a smile, Taoist Ding is definitely not your real name. Your original name was not nice. Tell me. Taoist Ding glanced at the future scene and asked, Mr. Chen, if I hadn't received your guidance, I would have been destined to have a bumpy road ahead. Chen Pingan smiled and said, You really believe what I'm trying to scare you for? I can't stop you if I seek the truth. Taoist Ding was stunned at first, and then smiled casually. He asked for high prices and sat on the ground to pay back. He asked, Mr. Chen, why did you deliberately use those words as a prelude to make Xiao Dao, Wenxia, and us all despise you? Chen Pingan asked back, If I don't know where your disdain lies first, how can I know where your attention lies? I not only want to know what you, the genealogy cultivators, have in common, but I also want to know your particularities and differences. Fellow Taoist Ding, your practice of cultivating Taoism is quite impressive, but as for preaching, you are still far from it. Do you have any disciples now? Taoist Ding smiled and said, I haven't accepted any disciples yet. Also, Mr. Chen, don't call me Taoist friend. I can't afford it now. The Taoist priests in the room returned to their true state one after another, feeling as if they were in another world. Taoist Ding has become sitting upright. There are also Taoist priests who look dazed or sweating profusely. There are even Taoist priests who have to sit still in order to stabilize their hearts. He has long been sincerely convinced by Mr. Chen. Not only is this trip worthwhile, it is also of great benefit. Tamiya changed his mind and planned to first go to the other 3 sects in the mountain to study and inquire, and then go to the Lingbao sect of Nan Pajuo continent to search for people. Stealing lessons. Shanzhu Chen said, that is called competition. If we, those who study the Tao, learn the Tao with others, can we be called stealing? Liang Chaoguan passed the test without any danger, but he still had lingering fears, thinking about the day when Chen Pingan would visit Taofu Mountain and pass Iho Peak, so he would have to use an excuse to retreat and stay away from him. Zhu Zishou is actually the least terrible Taoist priest. She doesn't know that those Taoist geniuses who are unattainable in her mind all look like they have seen ghosts and gods at the same time. The young Xiangtong was the last Taoist priest to open his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Chen, you have countless tricks and schemes, but I won't obey you. The 3 Taoist priests at the Sanho peak of Taofu Mountain met different people on different mountaintops, and each had their own gains. Now I know that a talisman is not only called a big talisman if it goes to high places. Bai Feng sighed quietly. She almost vomited because of the talisman in that illusory realm. She thought about learning how to draw talismans when she returned to the Taoist temple. Chen Pingan, who was smoking a dry cigarette with his legs crossed, smiled and said, "It's just a little trick to make people laugh." Taoist Ding knew something was wrong and it was going to be bad. This sounds like a final word, as if the audience is stunned and will be decomposed next time, but this is not the case. Tianjun Shuijisue, who was sitting opposite Qin Pingan, always closed his eyes and meditated, said nothing, and was deep in thought. Only when you enter the mountain do you know that Yunfeng is good. Hold an umbrella and slowly carry the rain. Li Muzhou is the only Taoist priest who does not have to endure hardships. It rained in the mountains, so Li Muzhou took out an oil paper umbrella and walked to the foot of the mountain. As the gatekeeper, the Taoist priest Xianwei had gone back to his house to hide from the rain, and the door was open. Li Muzhou was at the door, knocking on his head ring. Hearing the sound, the young Taoist priest came out of the room, stood in the corridor, smiled and waved, "Taoist Masterly, come and sit inside." I have heard Chen Lingjun introduce in detail the greatness of Taofu Mountain in the divine continent of Middle-earth. Of course, the boy in green also showed off that he was sitting next to the talisman Yu Xian, holding hands and chatting happily. This was the first time Li Muzhou entered the Taoist priest Xianwei's study. The first thing he saw was the study plaque, Xuanxu, which means a lot. There is a pair of simple copper paperweights placed on the desk. The inscription is the very common content of encouraging students to learn. What is relatively rare is the same 7-character inscription. They all say that everything is inferior, good at reading, bad at reading. It is said that every inch of gold and every inch of time is good for studying but not for studying. Li Muzhou is a scholar with a lot of knowledge. After chewing a little bit, he quickly figured out the joints. Indeed, it is often easy for Yamashita to study when he is young, but he is not willing to study diligently. When I grow old, I want to read a book, but my eyesight and energy are poor, so it is not so easy to read. Taoist Master Xianwei is indeed elegant. The immortal captain who took the Taoist name as Xuanxu did not intend to be mysterious and said with a smile, "These pair of copper paperweights were made by the old cook, our great housekeeper in Luolu Mountain, and were given to me as a gift to my study." This person Mr. Zhu is a truly erudite man with a lot of witty words. He said that if you don't read books, you will lose your talent. He also said that our wisdom in this life comes from reading in the previous life, and the wisdom in the next life comes from this. I will spend my whole life studying. Mr. Zhu said again that reading is divided into inside and outside the book, but you don't have to stare at the words in the book. Looking at people and things, thinking more and asking more questions is also reading. Li Muzhou was convinced this is indeed the truth. Mr. Zhu's few words are full of Zen ideas and profound Taoist meanings. No wonder I passed by the house that seemed to never close before and saw the old man painting in the main room, painting in ink and wash lotus. He spread a very long but very narrow piece of rice paper on the table, and then let the Jing Qin, the boy in green drags the rice paper, a branch of ink lotus, the stem is more than 10 feet long, one stroke to the end. Feeling refreshed and full of energy. Li Muzhou is a master of painting, so when he sees this scene, he can't help but admire him. Xianwei is used to being in the world of fake Taoists, so he smiled and said, "If Taoist Masterly can comment like this, it's pretty much the same." Li Muzhou asked, "The book's here." Lieutenant Xian moved a chair and said, "Look and browse as you please." Director Li regards this place as his study. Anyway, some serious books that have been read a lot are already hidden in the drawer. Li Muzhou thanked him, and after sitting down, he picked up a Taoist book with more engravings at the foot of the mountain. He read a few more books and found a detail. Taoist Xianwei seemed to only read the preface and postscript when reading the book. It is obvious that the owner does not need to read too much about the content of the main text, those lengthy words. He can just flip through the pages and get the general idea. Occasionally there are dog-eared pages. Is this the most important part of the book? No doubt an expert. No wonder Shanzhu Qin asked him to chat more with Taoist master Xianwei. Xianwei felt guilty, but it was rare to find a serious Taoist priest. Sitting in his study, he was thinking about asking for advice. There were doubts everywhere in the folded corners of the pages. The knowledge is too low and the Taoism is too difficult. It is not easy for scholars to live in the capital. For those who practice Taoism, it is difficult to live in the mountains. The Xianwei hesitated, but he still mustered up the courage to point to a page of origami, read a few sentences from the book, and asked tentatively, "Dao Zhongli, what do you mean by this sentence?" Li Muzhou heard that sentence in his ears and stared at the content in the book. What he was thinking in his heart was, did Master Xianwei mean something? Examination of knowledge. Li Muzhou, who originally thought that sentence was easy to understand, suddenly felt unsure. Could it be that this sentence was accidental and intentional, and there was something mysterious behind it? The Xianwei saw that the sect leader of the Jingwei temple was so high-spirited that when he encountered this sentence, he had to think about it seriously. The Taoist Xianwei felt sad for a moment. Yes. Reading books and cultivating Taoism is indeed difficult. Li Muzhou thought about it and couldn't keep silent. Just when he was about to speak, Xianwei sat on a chair nearby, leaning his elbow on the table, holding his chin with one hand, and the young Taoist priest with a wooden hairpin on his head seemed to be reading the book. The open book seems to be wandering thousands of miles, as if talking to Taoist Lu, or talking to himself. Mr. Zhu said that he also listened to the Dharma taught by a scholar, which consists of 5 words, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. The general meaning is that we should observe, read more books, world, walk more, practice the world, sound, listen more to what others say and what they want to say, and don't just talk to ourselves. And finally, if we have the compassionate heart of a bodhisattva, then we are truly practicing. Just like a Taoist who hears the Tao, if the Zen barrier is broken. Taoist priest Li Muzhou instantly entered a state of mind where he forgot both things and himself. Outside the sky, Yu Xuanfei wanted to rub the old scholar's shoulders, but the old scholar refused. The 2 stubborn old men were pushing and shoving, back and forth. I don't know who was the first to fail to grasp the strength, and the other one followed suit. You're going back and forth, and looking at the posture, it's almost like a real fight. The old scholar suddenly stopped, twitching his beard and frowning. Yu Xian, what do you think will happen that will make you and Luo Luoshan turn against each other? Yu Xian smiled and said, are you worried that there will be a sneak attack similar to that ghost? 1 or 2 Taoist priests will die suddenly in Luola Mountain? Just don't worry, how can I embarrass Taoist fellow Qin? First of all, these Taoist priests are all selected by me, and secondly, I secretly set a big talisman on them, which is both a talisman and a talisman. If anyone feels that there is an opportunity and uses some sneaky tricks, then don't blame Pindao for following that clue and going to visit them. Besides, fellow Taoist Qin is always cautious, otherwise fellow Taoist Bai Jing would not be sitting on the roof. Brother Yu, it's normal for your family to have too many mountains to control. Having said that, no wonder fellow Taoist Xiancha said a few words to you earlier. Isn't that an injustice? With 5 sect prefixes, I can almost count them on one hand. Jingwei Temple is the poorest, but the family style is the best. Do you think it is strange or mysterious? You are here in Hedao Xinghe. Of course you are welcomed by everyone. Everyone else is convinced when they see it. Bai Yi said that he owes you a favor and will definitely pay it back in the future. Of course it is best not to pay it back. So you have reached the 14th realm. The Chinese Confucian temple must give you a gift, which is meaningful. Brother Yu, guess what? After everyone put it all together and thought about it, there is no conclusion. Give too much, I guess you will find it useless, and you may even feel that you owe the Confucian temple a favor. If you give less, you will not be able to protect all the mountains, palaces, and sections. You will think that we scholars who eat cold pig head meat in the Confucian temple are a bunch of stinky and poor people. To be honest, we are also worried. Yu Xian grabbed his beard, his old face wrinkled into a pile of wrinkles. Old scholar, please be honest, if you behave like this, you are a poor person. You are Taoist priests. Taoist priests must live in Taoist temples, otherwise they are in the Taoist temple, right? Old scholar, Sun Qing. Don't force me to imitate that shrew's curse. I, Yu Xian, also have a temper. Why are you so impatient and quarreling? Mr. Yu, I'll give you another chance to talk properly again. Hey, old scholar, aren't I worried that something went wrong at Jiling Peak? It's easy for me to lose my mind when I'm anxious. Please forgive me. Presumptuous, since you don't treat me as a friend and Yuzhenren has broken my heart today, I won't treat you as a brother. Why don't you call me an old scholar or a literary saint? Have half borrowed and half given to Luopa Mountain, 1,000 gold and copper coins, and lent 500 to fellow Daoist Qin. This account will be settled on you, old scholar, how about it? Brother Yu, if you talk like this, then I will climb up the pole and treat you as my brother, right? Sean, just talking about money has always hurt our feelings, and borrowing money means that we have lost friends. Where is the relationship? Is there a relationship like ours where the relationship becomes deeper and deeper when we talk about money? Brother Yu, did you bring wine? I have to be bored for a while, my brother's learning is limited, and I really can't say more sincere words. Brother Sun, forget about drinking. To be honest, Yisheng and I discussed it over and over again and finally came up with a congratulatory gift. I plan to give you 2 plaques. The Li Xing thinks it's okay. This matter will be discussed through the Confucian temple. There is a plaque and 2 plaques written on it. It's up to you whether you want to put it in the Golden Peak or not. On the other side, right Taoist temple. You can still put it wherever you want. The Confucian temple will only give it to you, but it doesn't matter where you put it. Yu Xian was surprised and said, the Confucian temple is willing to give such a heavy gift. The old scholar sneered, who do you think started it first? Yu Xian let out a long sigh and praised, fellow Daoist Qin is indeed kind and sincere, but he lacks a little bit of heart. His 6 direct disciples. Young Xianbao of Hebei Peak in Taofu Mountain was once Yu Xian's first disciple. He was reincarnated after the war, and returned to the mountain to continue practicing Taoism. It was like one man had 2. Taoist Ku of Jingwei Temple and the main element of Guixian Mountain in Yuhua Mountain. Xue Jisue from Feixian Palace. There is also the Douran sect, the current leader, Master Mei Jin, and Tong Meng, who has been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Of course, Yu Xian now still has a little disciple who is hiding in hiding, but for the time being, he lets Jingwei Temple help teach Taoism. After all, it is not suitable to take him to Xinghe to practice together. It has always been Yu Xian's purpose to recruit disciples first to calm his mind and then to teach Taoism and skills. This time, Xue Jisue was deliberately asked to protect the Tao. Indeed, as Chen Pingon said, the person who needed to polish his Taoist heart the most, in Yu Xian's opinion, happened to be the Taoist Heavenly Lord who was his direct disciple. Such a large Feixiang Palace is too depressing. Every time Yu Xian came to Feixian Palace, there were only a few Taoist priests who dared to look up at him. He was neither on patrol nor sightseeing, but he desperately hoped that when he was walking on the road, there would be a Taoist priest who would take the initiative to ask questions, or just chat a few words. There used to be such Taoist priests. Although they would look awkward, speak incoherently, and ask some unclear questions, Yu Xuanle was among them and patiently answered their questions carefully. But I don't know since when meeting the founder Yu Xian, the number of Taoist priests who dared to speak began to decrease. The last time I went to Feixian Palace, there was not even a Taoist priest left. Of course Yu Xian could stop on his own initiative and call a Taoist priest who bowed his head and became speechless from afar, but Yu Xian hoped that there would be Taoist priests who took the initiative to speak on any mountain road in Feixian Palace. Yu Xian said, "Old scholar, can you let me chat with Taoist Chen for a few words now?" Although he couldn't see the scene of Luola Mountain, Yu Xian could still feel the general state of their Taoist hearts because of the presence of the talisman. That is to say, a certain Taoist priest's state of mind has really reached a state of corruption, and Yu Xian also has the opportunity to save him. It wasn't until the old scholar removed the avenue barrier. Tian Yushuan spoke a word from his heart. Dao Yu Chen is sincere in his hospitality. Chen Pingan in the mountains replied. Friend Yu has good intentions. Yu Xian felt relieved, stroked his beard and smiled. 1,000 gold and copper coins are definitely not wasted money. In the long run, it actually makes a lot of money. Unexpectedly, fellow Taoist Chen asked with a smile, they just got a negation of a negation, and got a very preliminary affirmation. After all, Senior, you've gave me 500 gold and copper coins. I always don't want others to lose money when doing business. Yes, do you need the younger generation to push the boat along and strike while the iron is hot? Generally speaking, after the wedge is passed, after turning over the opening text, you should enter the middle section, and finally come to the end. Yu Xian said hurriedly, No, Dao Yu Chen is busy in retreat now. It's not appropriate to waste your mind and distract yourself. A wedge and opening chapter are enough. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Senior, don't worry. From now on, we will just hone in on things. Don't worry too much about Taoism. I will first take them to see the war scenes other than fighting on the mountain, and then help them tailor each assassination, such as putting themselves in their shoes. If it were Chen Pingan, how would he face the encirclement and suppression by the sword cultivator from Jiaxinjiang? Yu Xian said tentatively, Why do you, fellow Daoist Qin, bother so much? Ha! The voice of the heart is like a stone cow entering the sea. Yu Xian started to pull at his beard and heart again. In fact, it is the same as Cui Qing of Zhulu who taught Chen Pingan and Pei Qian boxing. First, make people unable to retreat and force them into a corner without any room for maneuver. For example, Taoist Ding was extremely proud of his monastic talent, knowledge and intelligence. Then destroy them all and rebuild again. If the same method is used by an Ascension Realm monk, the effect will be greatly reduced. This group of Taoist priests still had a lot of room to retreat. They fell into the hands of others because I was short of Taoist age. Chen Pingan, an outsider, may know the 5 sects better than them, whether he is a bystander or a visionary. Just say that from Yu Xian, to Taoist Gu, to Zhao Wenmin, to Li Muzhou. Just like Chen Pingan himself, he lost patience with the 16 people who had just entered Tiaoyu Mountain, and he lost a lot of patience. Of course, this has a lot to do with Chen Pingan's current situation, but to say the least, even if Chen Pingan didn't have that fight with Ma Kushuan and wasn't attacked by a 14th realm candidate ghost, Chen Pingan would still be impossible. To preach and teach boxing in person, it is even impossible to go to Tiaoyu Mountain frequently. At most, you can stand at the foot of Fuyao, which has been opened as a private dojo, lean on the railing and look out into the distance, to see more of the progress of the 16 people's practice, and to determine their character through some details. In terms of character, he would meet with Xing Dafeng and Xin Yuanji regularly to check for any leaks and make up for them. There are 16 more people in a jumping fish mountain temporarily. What if the Great Li dynasty sends the second set of sword cultivators? Or the Qingping sword sect was not founded in Tongizhao? Or wait until the mountain is closed for 20 years and then be lifted. All the vassal hills of Luopa Mountain will open their peaks one after another. There are nascent soul monks or far-traveling realm warriors sitting on the top of the mountain, and these peak owners have more and more people. Direct disciples and secondary disciples. Can't take care of it. Chen Pingan is just learning from Jing Juzhong, but he is not Jing Juzhong after all. Therefore, Chen Pingan felt sad about Yu Xian's good intentions. Isn't Yu Xian's troubled situation today the inevitable fate of Luo Shan and Qingping sword sect? The small sect is worried that there will be no support for the young and the ancestral hall will not be prosperous. Disciple, money, treasures from heaven and earth, spiritual weapons and foreign objects, Taoist secrets, just ask for more, the better. Large sects will also be worried that their disciples will be mixed, the Taoist temples will be crowded, they will focus on one thing and not the other, and their hearts will be distracted. They will also worry about those good seedlings who will accidentally go astray, and their pursuit of the Tao will not be true. Yu Xian wants him, Taoist friend Qin, to be the evil person and the millstone that sharpens the Taoist hearts of his children and grandchildren. Chen Pingan accepted this hard job with a tacit understanding. Since Mr. Lao spent money to buy Taoism, Chen Pingan was not a rehearsal and practice to prepare for a rainy day. Not to mention it doesn't cost any money. In Chen Pingan's eyes, most of these Taoist priests who are noble and worthy of the reputation of immortal seedlings are actually young people. Tamiya, a Taoist priest of the Do-Ran sect, was the first to publicly betray Taoist coup for the sake of Jingwei Temple. Okay. Chen Pingan almost gave him a thumbs up at that time. Na Wenxia thinks that Chen Pingan's style is annoying and disgusting, okay? Chen Pingan felt that it made so much sense. She thought so, it was great. There is still a group of young Taoist priests sitting there, as if they are waiting for Master Chen Shanju, who has heard about the name for a long time, to find out whether he has the real ability to live up to those rumors and deeds. Deep down in Chen Pingan's heart, not only did he not have any grudges, but he felt that their attitude should be like this. Of course, things like Xiangtong are another matter. As for Taoist Ding, who is an exception, especially Shuizhisui, the Night Watcher of Tianjun, the Faxian Palace lineage has too many rules. Of course, there must be rules. Without rules, there is no rule, but if they are too heavy, it will be too much. The nature of a Taoist priest is that the more restraints there are, the less relaxation there will be. How can man and nature be unified if the body and mind cannot relax? Generally speaking, in this sit-down discussion, Chen Pingan is nothing more than correcting mistakes and carving out rough jade. Better than that. It was said that he was preaching, but in fact, it was not that serious. Chen Pingan was not so thick-skinned as to let them see what the dangers of the world meant, but he lived up to his name and did his duty. Yu Xian taught that a tree can bloom with 5 flowers, and that most Taoist priests can hold their bodies upright, but he may not have more energy to teach all the Xiang Tong who passes on to his disciples, Tai Gung blessed land, Taoist Ding. Chen Pingan, an outsider, may be able to teach Xiangtong, an outsider who is close to him, and Taoist Ding may not be able to teach a Jingwei Temple or a Taoist. Yu Xian gave a questionnaire, and the correct answer was public. Chen Pingan can just give a detailed and specific problem-solving process. Yu Dao Yu, Chen Dao Yu. Addressing each other as Taoist friends is not a polite word. One is trustworthy, the other is confident. After waking up again, Shui Tianjun, who was watching from the sidelines with Chen Pingan, stood up first and bowed his head. This time, even the Xiangtong stood up and honestly performed a head offering ceremony before saying harsh words, but with a slightly stern look on his face, still dissatisfied. The most unconvinced Xiangtong from Hebei Peak in Taofu Mountain, by Feng from the Do-Ran sect who now has a headache just thinking about the talisman, and Lu Biyu from the Feixian Palace who wanted to ask Master Qin for more advice. These three Taoist priests, they are all willing to stay in Luoluo Mountain. There are many preachers over at Tiaoyu Mountain. Xin Yuanji teaches people boxing and learns boxing. In the same way, if you help to preach, you are cultivating the Tao yourself. I can't defeat a host who has the right time, place, and people, but I can't teach a few children whose highest state is the Sevuing state. Isn't it easy to do it? That day, Chen Pingon personally sent the rest of the Taoist priests who were returning home to Niujiao Ferry. They saw the dragon snake trace at close range. Chen Pingon was amazed and said that he was not greedy at all, but he was deceiving himself. Chen Pingon actually made a Taoist inspection with them, and said with a smile, "The Tao is in the Qiong Tower, the Tao is in the tiles. The Tao is in the talisman, and the Tao is outside the Tao. Those of us who learn Tao should cherish it." Wenxia, the female crown prince of the second peak, plucked up her courage and asked tentatively, "Mr. Qin, can this junior start a mirror show?" All the Taoist priests saw that Lord Qin Shan suddenly looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. Chen Pingon said with a smile, "It doesn't have to be like this. If you pass by the Guipai dojo in the future, you will definitely have the opportunity for an interview. Repaying kindness with hatred, destroying my Taoist heart. Wenxia has a small regret." The little girl in black stood quietly and said nothing. Xiaomi Li didn't seem to hear anything or see anything. Yi Dan didn't know whether she used some talismans or came here on her own across continents. She appeared out of thin air at Nujiadu and looked at the man in green shirt. After confirming his identity, she said calmly, "Master issued a decree not long ago, leasing this cross-continental ferry to Luola Mountain for free for 100 years. Chen Pingon pretended to be calm and nodded. Luola Mountain would like to thank Taofu Mountain. Yi Dan smiled and said, "I also have to thank Chen Jianxian." Chen Pingon understood clearly and said truthfully, "I helped you get revenge unintentionally. It was just by the way. Fellow Taoist, there is no need to say thank you." Na Wenxia still looked confused. The smile on Yi Dan's face grew wider. Sure enough, Chen Yingguan is indeed a man of great authority. Chen Pingon smiled and said nothing. Yi Dan's arrival was unexpected enough, but after he appeared, he was like playing a riddle with Chen Pingon, and it was even more weird in every aspect. How could the Yi Chusher of the Do-Ran sect smile with anyone? A few Taoist priests complained in their hearts, could it be that this is still an illusion, that the stubborn Qin Shanzhu is still testing our Taoist hearts? There was a young Taoist priest who felt that he couldn't stand it anymore, so he lay down on the ground to see what Chen Pingon could do to me. My Taoist heart now is simply like the ancient well. Yi Dan frowned and said, "It's a peak, named Liang Chaoguan. What are you doing and how are you doing?" Liang Chaoguan laughed and crossed his legs. "Master Qin, next time I go to Do-Ran sect, I will meet the real Uncle Yi." Chen Pingon reminded with a smile, "You have already met the real person. If you have anything to say, you can say it clearly in person now." Xue Jisue said helplessly, "Hurry up, Shanzhu Qin is not cheating." Liang Chaoguan glanced at Xue Tianjun, then at Master Yi who was dignified and not angry, and finally at Chen Pingon. He stood up, patted the dust on his body, bowed his head in silence with Master Yi, and strode towards the ferry. "Go." Chen Pingon kindly reminded, "Forgot. Long Shizong has been loaned to Luo Luo Shan." Liang Chaoguan said loudly, I haven't forgotten that Pindao plans to stay in Luoluo Mountain and have a good experience. Without a cross-continental ferry, Shuijisue couldn't help but build a talisman boat, which was enough to travel across continents. Fortunately, Yidan also returned to the Middle-earth Divine Continent with the Taoist priests. Hanging from her waist is an extremely rare colorful short whip, with the words, Hugong was refined in ancient Hushan, and the words, Catch the Sea, engraved on it. Jiang Shangjin asked from the bottom of his heart, Miyu, you have been to the Summer Palace, and you don't know why the Mountain Master is so wary of this Yidan? Miyu hesitated for a moment and answered from the bottom of his heart, I used to have nothing to do in the Summer Palace. I liked to read through the files, and I really knew the inside story here. In addition to being a Taoist priest, Yidan is also a swordsman and has been there before. Sword Chi Great Wall, the first time he rushed to the battlefield, he was seriously injured. He was seriously injured by the demon sword repairer Huiting of the Red Leaf Sword sect, who used pink powder. Yidan seemed to have also injured an elder of the master's sect. Taoist protector, so she once made an oath. If he is a man, she is willing to become a Taoist couple with anyone who can kill her enemies. If he is a woman, she will serve as a maid for hundreds of years. I really don't blame our Lord Yin Guan when he saw Yidan, I'm scared to death. If she insists on fulfilling her oath and refuses to leave, what will Master Yin Guan do? Jiang Shangjin suddenly realized, destiny comes in vain to shrink the ground whip, but it cannot shrink the lovesickness ground. Miyu said, if it were the two of us, wouldn't it be a big deal? Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, this is where we are far inferior to the Mountain Master. The greatest charm of a man is to be clean and self-sufficient, to be single-minded in his love, so that women and the world can both desire and cannot ask for him. Miyu was filled with admiration. Chief Shou's words really spoke to his heart. Chen Pingan said, when Xiao Mo comes back, you sword immortals, plus Pei Qian, will accompany me to the greatly capital city. Pei Qian. Jiang Shangjin, Miyu. One martial artist in the realm of immortality, and two sword cultivators in the immortal realm. Xiaomo, thank you dog, old deaf boy. These are three more Ascension Realm sword cultivators. Chen Pingan, the new national advisor of the Dali dynasty, will appear in the court hall for the first time. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.